For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating on the petroleum mining leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good morning. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning and you've tuned into the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. And of course, as usual, we have more than enough packed up to keep you going for the next 3 to 4 hours. Thank you for joining us this morning. Of course, my name is Deborah Eze. I'm not doing this alone. I'm right here in the studio with our very
Onyeka Valentine, very present.
I have to do the honors, like to, introduce you.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think you make a very good, MC and compare.
Yeah, I do that on the side. When I
Yeah.
remember that, oh my God, I need to make more money.
Right.
That's when I do it. Anyways, today is actually a very beautiful day, 14th of January 2025. And I said so because today is the day where Nigeria faces Morocco. And unfortunately, the Arsenal fans are also facing Chelsea.
There we go.
What a day it is today. Now imagine the Arsenal fans who are actually supporting Nigeria. And then I'm very sure Nigeria is going to beat Morocco, by the way. But let's say, because I heard that the referee is a Ghanaian.
And then the guy,
and
the AGR, whatever you call it.
We also have a South African. And the host, of course, the opponent is actually the host, which is Morocco. So the odds are actually against us. But I'm sure our guys are ready.
I would say, when people say the odds are against us, so it all depends. When you are the host country, I will agree with you when we say the odds are against us because you have more of them in the field. But when you know already that you have a disadvantage because you are not playing at home, it's more reason why your motivation should be 500 times.
And speaking about motivation, the Super Eagles, they've actually kept us motivated. They've been what's the word? They've been superb.
They've been playing
all through the games. Anyways, I wish the Arsenal fans. Are you an Arsenal fan?
So I used to.
Oh, okay, I wish you all luck.
Right.
And I hope you win against Chelsea, and I hope Nigeria actually wins against Morocco. My prediction is actually 2-1. Anyways, we have our headlines for you this morning. And the first headlines is governor's budget 525 billion naira for security as killings spread. And also federal government eyes 500 billion naira green bond sale to finance climate projects in 2026. And US delivers military supplies to Nigeria, reinforces security partnership. And finally, global central bankers unite in defense of Fed Chair Jeremy Powell. And of course, we'll bring you more on these headlines on our Business morning segment. We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be taking a look at what the dailies are saying this morning. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio for more insights this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. Before we actually go into the papers, Onyeka was saying that his prediction for the match today is what? Penalty shootout.
It's going to end penalty shootout.
And the guy behind all of this that you're seeing said, God forbid. Anyways, let's keep our fingers crossed.
But you know what?
Yes.
God never gets involved in soccer.
Oh, don't say. God is involved in everything.
Because, no, but I'll tell you, when it comes to football and soccer, I don't have any way to back up my claim. But imagine if God had to support a particular country, which means that the game of football wouldn't be interesting.
No, it doesn't work like that. That's why he said, I'm not about to be a preacher right now, but that's why he said he will show mercy on who he will show mercy on. And I'm sure that's going to be Nigeria. All right, of course, we're going to be starting off with our sister company, and that's the Business Day newspaper. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper is on the power sector. And it reads, Nigeria's power sector bleeds more cash than generates electricity. And that is on page 31. That was written by Dipo Oladende. You can get that story on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And also we have Inside Electoral Reform Bill that may shape 2027 election. And that is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And also money supply growth slows to 4-year low as CBN pulls more cash. And that story is also on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And finally, we have Nigeria suffers Africa's biggest passport power decline in 20 years. And then the writer there reads, world's second steepest fall globally. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. Interesting headlines that we have, interesting stories that we have on the Business Day this morning. And the first one, the big story, which is on power. I'm sure you and I can agree. Before we started the show, we were bantering on the fact that you've been seeing electricity issues for the past 4 days, and it's not bearable. I think this is what the big story on the Business Day newspaper is pointing to, because it is not cheap to buy electricity in Nigeria as it is. And I'm not even speaking about the band A, because that's on another level. I'm talking about the B to the D, the B to the D band that people say their cost is still bearable, but still they have to pay through their nose to actually get electricity. And at the end of the day, you find out that with the amounts that you're paying for this electricity, you're not getting as much power. You know, you mentioned that how can one not have lights for 4 days? I'm like, how are you doing
is this
it?
possible?
And you're paying for this electricity. But what do you think about this?
Again, so it is what it is. When you are in a unique situation, you have to come up with unique solutions. Will I pin it on the federal government? Somewhat way, yes. Would you also leave it there? No. You must share this particular, responsibility. The local government, you also have the place to play. I will explain why. Apart from the fact that you generate power, you must also make sure that infrastructures are safe, infrastructures are kept safe, and then hoodlums don't go and vandalize. Now, the area that probably didn't have light for 4 days, It doesn't mean that power has not been generated from the national grid. It's just that either someone has gone to, vandalize some equipment or some power cables that's supposed to supply power to individual homes. And so someone who obviously uses prepaid could have paid for the power. But the good thing is, even when you pay and there's no light, of course it wouldn't run. It only runs when there's light. But of course you want to be able to have light. You want to be able to enjoy, your weekends, make sure that, nothing holds you back. However, is it true that the power sector bleeds more cash and it generates power? Most definitely it is true. To do justice to that topic will simply mean we letting people know exactly that this is reality, which it is.
Yeah.
Good example. They say that we need more than 120,000 megawatts to keep Nigeria running. I don't know if that is correct or it should be more than that. I begin to ask the question. It has been more than 30 years we've been grappling with this, power inefficiency.
Yeah.
More than that. Changing the name from NEPA to different names and then breaking it down to from power generating companies, GENCOs, to DISCOs, transmission companies. And yet, we are still facing this issue. And I begin to wonder, is it that some people are making money off this? Question number one. I'm asking questions that people back home want to ask, hoping we'll get answers. Or is it that someone just feels, it's better that we don't have 100 power supply so that we can have something to, to worry about, which doesn't make any sense to me. But the third part is even more important and more worrisome. The industry of generator sales is making so much money, right? And of course, for those generators to keep running, you need the servicing companies to be there. You need to buy diesel, obviously. Of course, for those people who use small generators, have to buy fuel so they can power their businesses, power their homes, power their companies. It is a multi-billion naira, right, industry on the side, which is generator servicing companies. On one end, we not talk about the ones who actually sell generators. So it's funny in some ways, even though it's not comedy, because it gets very worrisome.
Yeah.
Is it that these people are conniving with some human beings to make sure that we don't enjoy the power?
I think I don't think it's
these are questions
conniving.
people
Yeah,
ask.
of course. I don't think it's conniving. I just think it's I think what is really sad is the fact that billions of dollars are actually pumped into the power sector. At the end of the day, it's not solving the issue. Nigeria has a very weak, power grid, and it's very unfortunate that with all the monies that have been spent, they've not really gotten to the root of how we can actually have a proper grid to power the nation. I think that is what it is. And also people having to pay through their nose for electricity, and sometimes you don't get to even see the electricity, or you don't even get to enjoy the kind of power that it's actually transmitting for you. I think that's just what it is. I remember that Mohammed came here and he actually said that apart from the subsidy gun that Tinubu spoke about, he actually mentioned 4 things that would be his main agenda, and power was actually one of them. But it's quite unfortunate that we've not seen that change yet, and people are not really. It's a good thing that Business Day is actually bringing our, thoughts, attention to this. People are not really. People only care about the few parts. As you know, Nigeria is our main driver is insecurity, and also our oil, how they are using it and how they are not using it, Pengasan and Dangote. So we really hope that with the billions of dollars that are actually spent in the power sector, they'll be able to find a way around it, because this year we've experienced the first power the grid failure this year, and the year is just starting. Also, only God knows how many grid failure we are going to get to experience before the year runs out.
Very true. And also, I mean, let's to do justice to this whole thing, as much as we're pointing fingers at the government, federal government, that we need adequate power supply, let's also point our fingers to end users.
Okay.
You see, to be very honest, some Nigerians actually are stealing power theft. Some of them, individuals, they've been every now and then they get out there to.
Well, I can't speak for every community
but
in
some
Lagos.
people.
But I think with what the government has actually put in place, I mean, prepaid meters,
Right.
they actually send their agents to actually, find out
Once in a while.
like not really once in a while, they come like I'm speaking for areas that I know of. They come and they get to inspect. They even inspect your prepaid to see if you are using it and when you're not using
and
it.
there's a bypass.
And if there's a bypass. So I think they've been able to, I don't really
mitigate
think
it.
yes, I don't really think there's so much
Because
of
that's-
power stealing now.
Because that's an issue too. Because if power is given out
Yeah.
and they're not getting money for it, it's only a matter of time.
Well,
right?
I think this for the power sector is mainly on the government. That's what I think, because if you cannot fix where we're actually like getting the power from, then
distribution is not even
it's not even we are not even
go.
exactly. So I think they have to, because they are spending lots of money on this in the name of subsidizing the power sector. But at the end of the day, we are not seeing it. But another story that actually like caught my attention on the Business Day newspaper is the Nigeria suffers Africa's biggest passport power decline in 20 years.
That's a matter to be.
It's
to
not
hammer
news. Of course, it's not news, and I think this is actually, it's good that we speak about this, because we see how Nigeria is actually suffering from, limited visa liberalization, tightening global mobility rules, and also, weak reciprocal agreements, and all of this has to do with our passport. And over the years, we've seen people who speak about how they were treated because their crime was having a green passport, and not because they didn't have a right to be where they are as at that time, or they didn't have enough money to actually like fund wherever they are, but just because you have a green passport. Right. And it's really sad that it is 20 years. Do you think, now my question now is, do you think we'll ever be able to liberate ourselves away from this stigmatization that has to do with the green passport? Because 20 years is a long time. That's like...
it is a yes and no.
Okay.
And this basically is what, those at home really want to ask. And that's a great question, because if you look at it closely, in the 70s, Nigeria was a go-to place, right? Where then we're still experiencing the oil boom thing, right? In the 70s, $1 to a naira made a lot of sense. You had a lot of foreigners coming to Nigeria. I'm talking about 71. I mean, I wasn't born then. But from what I heard, late 60s, early 70s, was a fantastic year for Nigeria.
Getting bad
So the question now is, why is it that when you take your passport and you get to a foreign country, you're looked at in a funny way? Everything's about perception. That can also happen to America too. I'll explain to you why. It can happen to an American citizen if the reputation of that nation begins to decline. It's all about reputation. And what are the 4 cardinal points that enables any country stand tall in the face of any rival? 1, how your economy runs. 2, transparency, which obviously boils down to either you stamping corruption totally or not, And then 3, of course, security, very important. But very more importantly, this one might sound strange, but it's very important. It is how you do business with the rest of the world. You see, the more you go to the rest of the world cap in hand, because I'm just seeing right here, right now, the Abu Dhabi Sustainable Week, I see our president there, right? Look, pictures tell 1,000 stories. The way and manner you engage with other presidents will determine if they will respect you, and you are what we call the chief marketer of the country. And so the rest of the country is depending on your negotiating power. Why do you think some people respect Donald Trump? Maybe not all, but some. Because if he tries to negotiate with you and you're not, he will look for other ways to frustrate you. Again, they have the power now because they are technologically more advanced than most countries. However, if you work on your internal issues, right, the world will respect you. If you don't go to countries cap in hand asking for aid, right, they will respect you. Respect is not given, it is earned. And once the country is respected from outside, whoever that has a Nigerian passport, right, will be respected. Let's be honest. So you walk into an office, someone brings out a British passport. The red one is the green one. You want to respect the red one over the green one. Why? Because of the kind of policies and decisions they make in the country that keeps the country running. It's not that the economy is better than yours. It's just that the way and manner they have set out their priorities, set out their standards. Standard is key. I wouldn't say we're not doing our best. We're trying, but our challenges are still there holding us down. We are like a big giant moving, but have the weight of a lot of people. And of course, at the same time, the leg is being tired also. However, I tell you, to answer that question, because those at home want to know, would there ever be a time when you respect a Nigerian passport? I will say yes.
When?
Good question. It will be until each and every Nigerian is not ashamed of being a Nigerian. Until each and every Nigerian carries the strength and the burden of Nigeria to now say, yes, we have our challenges, yes, we have our problems, but yet I'm still proud to be a Nigerian. When you do that, the rest of the world will now say, you know what? These people know what exactly what I'm almost landing.
Okay.
Now, so I go on social media. I see people who are probably were born in Nigeria, but they traveled outside the country and became, different nationalities or whatever. They became, and they come to Nigeria for like 2-3 weeks, and they're leaving, and they go on social media and now say a lot of nonsense, this, that. I'm not saying you shouldn't tell your experience. We have some people who have some good experience, other people have some bad experiences. Would have fine. But my question is, I will not take that person seriously. Because as far as I'm concerned, you haven't paid tax in this country. You haven't lived in this country for more than 20 years to now say
those
that.
are just trivial issues. It really doesn't have anything to do with the passport.
It does.
No.
I saw one guy on social media tearing his passport like, what are you doing?
When you're frustrated, when you're in a country that has failed you, nobody should hold you on how you react.
Like I said, we have our challenge, we have our problem.
It has to do with the government and the policies here. We saw the ruckus, the whole insecurity issue actually caused for like 3 months, how they actually tagged us a nation of concern, and our president, the commander-in-chief, could not say anything until the Donald Trump had to release a statement on Christmas Day. You can't take that kind of nation serious.
That's the thing.
So it has nothing to do with the citizens. If the citizens are happy, if they actually see the way fuel is actually dropping a little bit, Dangote is making it affordable for people, unlike the way it was it was few months back. If we see the way Nigerians are out there saying good things about him, if you treat Nigerians well, they would acknowledge you.
I mean,
a Nigerian cannot just tear his passport.
You respond very quickly.
I was trying to respond, but you wouldn't let me.
I meant you. Sorry, I meant that President could have responded quickly to Donald Trump then.
And there are other things he doesn't respond to. But away from that, because we're pressed for time, let's take a look at what the Punch newspaper is saying this morning.
Okay, I was enjoying the one we had over there.
Our passports.
But it's so important.
Yeah, very important.
So important. All right, over here it says ADC faction eyes Jonathan Saraki Makinde alliance. It's ADC faction eyes Jonathan Saraki Makinde alliance. You can see that one on page 7 of the Punch. Page 11 here it says counter-insurgency. U.S. delivers military supplies to Nigeria. It says counter-insurgency. U.S. delivers military supplies to Nigeria. If I say my mind here now, they'll probably drag me online again. But you see, for every piñata that is given to somebody, there is a clause to it.
Yeah.
I leave it at that. Nigeria, please open your eyes as you receive these gifts, or whether we paid for them or whatever it is. Let's make sure that it is not, you know what I mean.
There is no clause to it.
Attached to it, because the U.S. will never give you something without wanting something back.
No one will ever give you something without wanting anything back in return.
It's just, and we don't want our country to not be playing ground for what is that we fear the most. All right. Page 19 here says Nigeria, UAE scrap tariffs on over 13,000 goods. That sounds like good news. It says Nigeria, UAE scrap tariffs on over 13,000 goods. You can see that one in page 19. And of course, very quickly, the major writer here says governor's budget Yes, 525 billion naira for security as killings spread. Governor's budget to 525 billion naira for security as killings spread. You can see that on page 2. And the right here says security votes jump 40% since 2023. Borno, Anambra, Delta records highest budgets. Northeast and Southeast lead. Interesting. And of course, like I said before, the picture here, you can see the picture of several presidents. I see President of South Africa. I see, it says here, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, left, right. President of United Arab Emirates, His Highness Mohammed bin Zayed is there. Then other presidents are all lined up over here. You can see everyone. And it was an event that took place tagged Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week 2026. I hope something good comes out of it. You know. Then down here it says 2026 Armed Forces and Remembrance Day. Very interesting. For all of us back home who had people who served in the army, those still serving, those who have retired, and of course those who in many ways, you know, have lost a loved one.
You're remembered today.
That were serving in the army. I must say our hearts are with you. I mean, my dad also served in the military over 30 years and then retired, a very senior ranking officer at the time. You know, he wanted him to always join the army, sent me to military school. After the first time,
the nickname officer.
after a while, I said, look, oh yeah, go back to university. That's it. So, you know. But
and it's good a thing that you all are remembered and we recognize the good things that you are doing for the security and you know, safeguarding the country. Thank you very much for your services.
Maybe I must say what you said right now really hit home.
You know,
our guys are doing well.
Of course they are. They are doing well. Even
fighting Boko Haram.
Yeah, with the fact that they don't have all of the resources that they need, they are doing so well. Anyways, let's move our focus to the Vanguard newspaper. And the big story on the Vanguard newspaper reads, Nigeria's oil gas exploration defies federal government efforts and it drops 14%. And the writer, NUPRC caught investors with 50 oil blocks. And that is on page 19 of the Vanguard newspaper. And of course, Chimamanda's son, Lagos government, MDCN probe Irocare. And that is on page 10 of the Vanguard newspaper. And we have the Owo Church attack. Why they blew off my leg with dynamite. Witness tells court. That's really, 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 really sad. I can't even imagine what this witness is going through right now. You can get that story on page 6 of the Vanguard newspaper. And of course, we have still on the economy, Nigeria to record fastest growth in 2026, and that is from the World Bank. And the writer to that says upgrades growth forecast to 4.4% for 2026 and 2027. And Okwebolo orders release of remanded AAU student. And residents flee Sokoto villages as Bello Turji issues new threat. And we have the AFCON 2025. Chile set to tweak Super Eagles tactical formation against Morocco. At this point, we can say we trust you, Chile. Whatever you say, wherever you take us to, we follow. And finally, the man of the year. I'm going to give Fubara the man of the year. I know the year is just starting, but I think it's going to be a long year when it comes to the River State politics. And the River crisis, APC, CSO, others slam Fayoshe over Fubara's APC status. And the writer, Tinubu won't sacrifice Wike for Fubara.
There we go.
And that's Fayoshe speaking. And Wike's Rainbow Coalition claims misleading. And that's from IPAC. Says opposition parties may adopt Fubara in 2027. Like you used to say, when it comes to politics, you have every right to move. That's why we don't have permanent enemies and we don't have permanent friends. You can move. So I like I said, it's going to be a very long year for the River State politics, and I'm here for it. I can't wait to see the drama that would unfold from it. Another story here is the Chimamanda's story. I know we've been on about it since like Sunday. I really, really hope you and I understand how the Nigerian system works.
Right.
And now I am happy that we're beginning to see that it's not just the poor that actually benefits from a system that is rotten. Even the rich, even those who have power, money is now going through it.
Some terrible things
because,
that happen in Nigeria.
yes, who would have thought that, you know, Chimamanda would actually go through something like this? Things like this we hear, you know, from the poor man next door or the middle class next door that cannot afford the right medical, you know, care. But I really hope that this is not just an ordinary probe. I really hope that they bring whoever, because I heard allegedly that this is not the first time it's happening. The person has done it so many times and it's not the first time. So I really, really hope that, you know, they bring this matter to justice and whoever was responsible would actually, like, you know, go through the law. All right, let's take a look at the cartoon of the day. What do we have on our cartoon today? Very interesting one. I don't know why the citizen is always on the sick bed.
I mean, aren't we the ones that are, you know?
I don't know why the citizen is always on the sick bed.
You know, we're the one receiving all the backlash.
Of course, we are the one.
You know, it's people's word.
Are we
also expected to donate?
That's the government speaking.
Say, no, we are the government. Wow. So we see. And there's something funny going on there. The man on the bed, the citizen on the bed, is actually smiling, saying, I'm paying my tax. I hope it's going to be worth it. Thinking he's doing the right thing.
Oh my God. No, I don't think he's smiling. It's actually, this is suffering and smiling.
Well,
this is what they call suffering and smiling. He has the big smile on his face, but he's on the sick bed collecting. It's not even collecting. They are taking out blood from him and using it to fuel the economy. That is typical example. When people say, yeah, and he's suffering and smiling, this is a graphical example of what it actually means to you know, to suffer and smile. And it's really, this is actually the reality of 2026, of the new government that we are in. It's the taxman and the taxpayers.
And the funny part of it is that the tax itself, it's not even going to the infrastructure. It's
going to pay off debts. Of course, to pay off debts. They found a way to actually pay off debts, and that is using the citizens to actually fund the debts, which is really, 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 really sad.
If the money...
Okay, please go ahead.
If the money is going to be used to pay off debt so that we are free from the shackles of the Western world, well, I mean, as much as it's going to be a painful one, but I don't mind. Let the money be used for something tangible so that we can see, okay, our money is going here. After all, no nation can survive without paying tax.
It's just the reality of
the
Nigeria we are used to. We are not sure where the money is actually going to, go to. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on the Breakfast Show. Of course, we're not done. Up next is the Business Morning after this break. Just stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
You're welcome to the Business Morning segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. States across Nigeria have earmarked a combined 525.23 billion naira for security votes and related operations between 2023 and 2025. According to analysis extracted from their approved budget document, the massive vote intended to bolster security nationwide raises critical concerns about the efficacy of these measures as citizens remain increasingly vulnerable to the tide of violence. Reports, however, show that these efforts have not yielded the desired result as criminals continue to operate with impunity and terrorizing citizens. And moving on, the federal government is planning to raise up to 500 billion naira through the issuance of green bonds in 2026 as it seeks alternative financing to fund climate-related and environmental projects. This was revealed by the Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, at the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week on Tuesday, reflecting Nigeria's growing use of climate-linked debt instruments to diversify funding sources beyond oil revenues and conventional borrowing. The minister said proceeds from the green bond sale would be channeled into projects aimed at improving air quality, expanding access to clean cooking fuels, and combating deforestation. According to Lawal, the initiative aligns with Nigeria's broader climate commitments and environmental sustainability goals, while also tapping into rising global investor appetite for green and sustainable finance instruments. And still on, the United States has delivered a new batch of military supplies to Nigeria, reinforcing to bilateral defense cooperation as the country continues counter-terrorism and internal security operations. This is according to information released on Tuesday by the United States Africa Command, signaling sustained U.S. security engagements with Nigeria amid rising concerns over terrorism, insurgency, and transnational crime across the parts of the country. According to reports, the supplies were handed over to Nigerian security partners in Abuja, but did not disclose the specific nature or quantity of the equipment delivered to the Nigerian authorities. The supply is reportedly believed to support Nigeria's ongoing military operations against terrorists and criminal groups. And to end the news, global central bankers issued a statement Tuesday defending U.S. Federal Reserve Chair Jeremy Powell following the launch of a criminal investigation into the central bank chief. Reacting to the threat of criminal charges being leveled at the U.S. Monetary Authority, central bank chiefs, including those at the European Central Bank, Bank of England, and Bank of Canada, said they stand in full solidarity with the Fed and Powell. Powell himself has also adopted a combative tone in recent days, accusing Donald Trump of seeking to wrest control over monetary policy after the president spent months complaining interest rates are too high. The U.S. administration's criminal probe is formally about the renovation of the Fed's headquarters, which Powell called a pretext to win presidential influence over interest rate. And still to come after this break, building a premium brand in a price-sensitive market. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation this morning. Nigeria is often described as one of the most price-sensitive markets in the world, from transportation to food, fashion, and personal services. Many consumers make decisions primarily on cost, sometimes even at the expense of quality or experience. In that kind of environment, building a premium brand is not just difficult, it can feel counterintuitive. Yet, across different sectors, we're seeing a growing number of businesses deliberately choosing not to compete on price. Instead, they are betting on convenience, consistency, trust, and a clearly defined customer experience. These businesses are asking a different question. Not how cheap can we be, but who are we truly building for? Now this morning, we're exploring what it takes to build and sustain a premium brand in a price-sensitive market like Nigeria, the risk, the mindset shift, and the discipline required to make customers see value beyond the price tag. And joining us is Praise Ajulo Omojesu, is the founder and chief executive officer of AJ Trims. Good morning, Praise. It's good to have you. Thank you for joining us on Business Morning.
Yeah, good morning, Ma. Thank you for having me, Business Day.
All right, now let's go straight into it. We understand that Nigeria is often described as a price-sensitive market. So from your experience, what makes it difficult to build premium brands in this kind of environment?
First thing first, this kind of environment, the Nigerian market, the problem mainly is that every Nigerian is a calculated spender. And when I mean calculated spender, I mean everyone is trying to, make an account for whatever they are doing, and they want to get times 2 of what they are paying. So the problem is every consumer wants to, pay less and get a very quality service. And this is where the premium branding comes to place. And most times we fail to justify our price with the services that have been gotten. And sometimes the services are even more than the price. So the problem is that Nigerians are not only looking for the cheap commodity, which is the generalization that we all have, that people make this kind of thing. The main thing is that they are looking for the value for their money. And that is what I want us to look at very well today.
Okay. So what trade-offs did you have to make by choosing a premium positioning instead of competing on price?
The trade-offs, the major trade-off I made was about volume. Yes, it was about volume. And at first it was really, really difficult. But there's something I want to remind us that not everyone is your customer. Yes, not everyone is your customer. So I traded volume for value. I traded volume for value, looking for high quality customers, not necessarily looking down on anyone, but people that are able to pay that price for a premium. And you know, when we talk about premium, when we talk about premium, is basically something that is special, but nevertheless still accessible. But the word special is still going to be there. It's about making the customer feel special. So it's not for everybody. I had to accept fewer clients for quality interactions. So that's what I did. I traded volume for value. So I gave the volume out, I gave up on volume, and I accepted value.
So how do consumers typically react when they encounter, a higher price service in a market that, they're used to cheaper alternatives?
Especially in this, my brand is a barbing brand. So as much as you want to try and make it premium, there are a lot of other people that are going to be doing it for cheaper price. The basic impulse for a Nigerian is skepticism. Your price is too much. Wait till be that AG, small, no cut on it. But the thing is, the word of the mouth is a very special something in Nigeria, and brands survive on the word of the mouth. Why am I making a mention of the word of the mouth? Is that at first they're like, why is it so expensive? But by the time they experience the service, they see your punctuality, they see your professionalism, they see your skill, they will start to say, maybe it wasn't that bad after all. They start telling their friends, it's not that bad though. At least it's okay, he's doing well, this and that. I will share a story. There's this stuff we call the barber's tissue. I put it on people's necks when I barb. It prevents the hair from entering into their clothes. So if I do it for everybody, even when I'm shaping people's hair, I'm just trimming alone. And I put it on someone's neck when the guy was like, I beg you, now only 1,000 I get. I was like, chill, experience the barbing first, then you know if I'm worth more than that. So that's just it.
So speak to us about the misconceptions that entrepreneurs have about premium branding in Nigeria.
First of all, premium branding. I want to say that most entrepreneurs, they belittle the Nigerian environment. Yes, they come with this condescending attitude. That's just one point I want us to put in our left hand. But the main problem is that most entrepreneurs, they feel that it's all about the packaging and the premium prices. But most times it's about the reliability. Now take all these streaming apps, for example, Spotify and everything. You know, the normal users and the premium users. There's something they offer. Yeah, a seamless way you can stream and enjoy yourself at a very, very considerate price. Not that they are not collecting big money, but it's a considerate price. So as entrepreneurs, the problem is that we are not ready to give like 2x, 5x. When I mean 5x, that is 5 times of the value of our money. That's what we should be ready to do in a society as this. As much as they are giving premium price, we need to give premium service, which is the reliability, your punctuality, your professionalism, your customer relation. Make it top notch. Since you are collecting a lot of money from them, make it top notch. Make it 10 times more reliable. That's just the problem. That's the misconception. They think it's about the branding, but it's not only about the branding. It's about the service you are giving to them. It's about the quality, not the packaging alone. Do you have to package yourself? Thank you.
So do you think there's actually a risk of overestimating the size of the market for these premium services? And how do founders realistically assess the demand?
That's a very, very, very big question, because before you start a business, you have to You have to look at how the business is going to thrive. You have to look at your audience. Most times, everyone just looks at the addressable, markets. They look at the total population, right, and not the addressable market. They look at the total population, but as entrepreneurs, you have to look at your target audience. You have to look at the people that you're really after. Like now, when I wanted to, come to Ibadan, the thing was I had the opportunity to be able to get the shop, but looking at the, the threats, the opportunities, there's what we call the SWOT analysis, the threats, the opportunities. I've forgotten the first two. The threats and the analysis of the opportunities. I look at it that with mobile barbing, I'll be able to get to the target audience that, there are some set of people that are always really tired. They are tired from work, they are busy, they don't really have the time to go to a shop. Yes. So as an entrepreneur that is trying to make a pristine brand, the thing you have to do is to look at your target audience, a particular set of people that you are targeting. It's not everybody. Like I said before, everybody is not your customer. So if you can look at that, you will not overestimate the market size. But just looking at barbing, if it's barbing, everybody's barb their hair. You're not targeting that. Okay, everybody will start coming. It will lead to over expectation, and over expectation is the thief of joy.
So from your experience, do you think pricing is the biggest barrier, or do you think trust and consistency also have, bigger challenges?
Pricing is just like a short-term order. Why do I say so? I increased price late last year for my haircut. A lot of people were like, now, what was up now? But after explanation about the cost of getting things, the cost of keeping the brand going, at least they come to terms with it. They did not come to terms with it just because I explained to them. It's because of one long-term thing, and that long-term thing is the service you are rendering. Is the service you are rendering. Nigerians we are cultural people. I don't know if you understand me. We are cultural people. We chase culture. It's not the payment that is affecting them. That's what I want. That's what I want. The entrepreneurs out there and everyone that is trying to make a business. It is not the payment that is the issue. It's the way you tender your services. It's the way you tender your services. That is the real barrier. That trust. Building that trust. I've seen people I built trust with and I still lose that trust. So building that trust is not just one day something. One day you can decide that your price is no more this, your price is skinny corn, your price is 1,500, your price is 2,000. But the main thing is the trust. Building that trust and confidence in your customers. That is what is cogent. The pricing is just an ephemeral thing.
So speak to us about how important operational discipline, and I'm talking about the process, the reliability, and also customer handling. How important is it in sustaining a premium image?
Consistency is key. Let me tell you something. With consistency in your process comes reliability. And if you lack consistency, you lack reliability. And when you don't have reliability, you are a fluke. You are going to flunk your business so hard. Let me cite an example. There are a lot of procedures I go to while barbing and cutting people's hair. That's why some people, they will tend to leave their normal barbers that have shop and they phone me that, AJ, please come and give me an haircut. Now, there was a particular day I wasn't feeling that too well. So I forgot to do a particular procedure. You can imagine that this customer actually remembered about the procedure. I was like, AJ, you never do this thing. I was not like, I'm sorry. you can see he's already relying on me to follow the due process of a good process of cutting his hair, step by step. Is a process. Now I also discovered that most times people don't take their time to cut people's hair just because they want to cut a lot of hairs, cut a lot of people's hair. But the thing is, the process builds reliability. Consistent process builds reliability. And that reliability will make you to be a stable business in this market we find ourselves.
So speak to us about, some mistakes that can actually cause supposedly premium brand to lose credibility quickly in Nigeria. Speak to us about those mistakes.
The first mistake, and I think that mistake rather, it affects everyone. And that mistake is complacency. Yes, complacency. When you are getting too relaxed. And I actually faced that issue too last year too. By this year, March 7, my business is going to be 1 year. But I faced that same issue last year, complacency. Complacency is just you relaxing. It's just you watering down what you've envisaged. You've planned something to, always grow on this and that. But you just suddenly stop. You started taking people for granted. Now, there's this something I call the wow effect. It has to be regular. You have to keep on surprising your customers. You have to keep on making them feel that this guy is up to the task. And whatever service I'm offering, it is equated to the money I'm collecting from these people. You have to make them feel special. It's not necessarily something over the bar. You cannot just start doing things that you cannot keep on doing. Yes, just little things. The way you clean your blade, the way you arrange your stuffs, the way you do things. Keep on doing it. It's a process, just like an atomic. I read Atomic Habits by James Clear. You just have to keep on doing these things till they become part of you. So, over familiarity, complacency. The second one too is customer relation. Yes, customer relation. We have some people, because they think they are a premium brand, they take their customers as if they are just some people by the roadside. For someone to be able to patronize your premium brand, that means the person himself is a pristine person. The person is a premium person. So you treat them as a premium person. You not show them. There's a way you relate to people. That's one of the things that make brands. You don't see some big brands, they will just go. It's because of the words of the mouth. And Nigerians, we have a very good mouth. Any small thing that happens, yes. So you have to be careful with your customers. You have to avoid complacency. And the third one is lack of planning. Yes, a lack of planning. Sometimes we have the money to bring out the premium stuff, but we do not sit back to look at things deeply. That's what are the threats to these things? What are the opportunities I can face? What are the winnings that can come in? And what are the losses that I can encounter? Proper planning. And the last but not the least thing that affects brand is our mentality too in this country too. Yes, we need to improve our mentality too. As much as I'm talking to the entrepreneurs, I'm also talking to the people out there. Premium doesn't mean they want to take your money away. Yes, it means they are ready to give you something nice, something good. So, thank you very much.
So, do you think premium businesses can survive economic downturns, or do you think they are more vulnerable in tough times?
Looking at it in two ways, with the myopic vision, premium brands might not really last. That is not looking far, but looking at it in the customer. I've been mentioning customer. It's all about the customer. It's all about your clients. Now, premium brands, it breeds something I call high quality customers. Customers that know the value of things. Yes. As much as Nigerians complain that what you want you, this and that. They also attribute quality to things that are expensive. This nation we find ourselves is a classist society. It's a classist society. Even though we might be a developing country, it's a classist society. People want to, they want to feel the class in what they are doing. So in a situation of a downturn economically, the thing is you don't have to panic because it's not going to affect a premium brand if the customer depth has been built. Customer depth has been built on trust. If it has been built on trust, they already trust you, they have confidence in you, they are going to find a way. They are even going to try and prioritize that. For me to get this premium service, let me cut this unnecessary spending away so that I can still be able to afford it. So it all depends on the service you are rendering to them. There are a lot of people that get their nails done and do their hair in expensive salons. And mind you, it's not that they are really that buoyant, but they cut their spending in order to experience that service, even through the economic meltdown. So it is not the problem if you have a vision ahead and you have created a good customer base.
All right, finally, Praise. Let's look broadly at the Nigeria's business environment. What conditions do you think need to improve for more premium brands to thrive?
This is a big question, and I've always been pondering on this question for a time like this. It has been really difficult. This environment is not really that encouraging. But as much as I might want to complain, it's still something. People are still making headway. But I believe that the Nigerian government and those in charge of this market, they should work on the infrastructure. The infrastructure is not that they should build stores for hustle. I mean, like they should make things available. Like light, for example. Light affects premium branding because as much as you are trying to make things out expensive and make things out in a premium way, you are battling with the lights levy. You are paying your your light levy, things like that. Secondly, the market itself, the market for entrepreneurs. I'm not talking about the market for the consumers and customers. There are a lot of things that are not really made available. Yeah, we have to still come and ship things in. So I believe the manufacturing industry should keep on, they should keep on improving. They should keep on improving so that we can have Nigerian made things. We don't have to start getting things outside the country. Like sometimes now, I get some things on Jumia. They're shipping it outside the country. Though brands like Oraimo, I don't think Oraimo is still Nigerian. I think ITEL is Nigerian also. They are making clippers that are good now. Yes, that's an improvement, but the manufacturing industry should start making things that will enhance premium branding so that we can have a little bit of a cost expenditure. We are not spending too much, because as much as we are spending much on our branding, that is how we are going to bill our customers. So that's it. Then the third thing is to the Nigerian population too. I want them to see this in a new light. We are entering a new phase, a new generation. You can see AI taking everything. People should not be scared of premium branding. Even nowadays, everybody's subscribing to Netflix, to their Spotify, to their YouTube, to enjoy premium service. So this is an encouragement so that the market can be good too, so that people can accept us, so that they can be more premium brands. And the last but not the least is the cost of living. Yes, like popular men, cost of living won't shock the living. So if the cost of living is shocking the living, how do you want to make premium brands? How do you even want to patronize the premium brands? People just want to, do products that are substandard. They want to give service that are substandard. That they only afford me. It's something that people want to afford. That's that. So these are the improvements and ease in the operation. There needs to be an ease, and the government can do this. An ease of operation, which comes from infrastructure, putting things in place to aid businesses.
All right, thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show, Praise. It was really good to have you. Still to come after this break, executing donor-funded projects in Nigeria. What actually works? To stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smart choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business day. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation for the day. Donor-funded projects play a significant role in Nigeria's development landscape, supporting everything from infrastructure and healthcare to education and technology. Institutions such as the World Bank, African Development Bank, the European Union, and UNICEF have committed billions of dollars to projects aimed at improving outcomes and strengthening public institutions. Yet, despite the scale of these interventions, questions remain around execution. Many donor-funded projects face delays, cost overruns, weak monitoring, or sustainability challenges once funding ends. This raises an important question. Beyond funding, what exactly determines success in delivering donor-backed projects here in Nigeria? And this morning, we're examining what works and what doesn't in executing donor-funded projects, looking at issues of project management, local capacity, accountability, and institutional coordination. And joining us is Dr. Moshood Wasiu Abiola. He's a project management professional with experience across engineering, technology, and development-focused project. Good morning, Dr. Moshood. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Experience, why do you think many donor-funded projects in Nigeria, they struggle at the execution stage despite strong funding and also planning?
All right. The issues that affect project despite having robust funding mechanism are many. One of them would be inadequate stakeholder engagement and improper stakeholder mapping. We have a project, fantastic project that you believe, or the donors believe, will touch the lives of the people that is intended for. But oftentimes, you see that the project failed to meet, the project outcome failed to meet this requirement. And this often as a result of improper or maybe hasty stakeholders management and stakeholder mapping. If you do not engage properly in the stakeholders that we benefit from the project before implementing and funding the project, I tell you the project may not achieve the desired outcome because this project is actually for them. So you need to collect requirement. Collection of requirement is highly important for before you will initiate project. Funding is the last gap of the project management. So if you had to initiate a project, you must initiate the project properly. And a key requirement in initiation of project is stakeholder engagement. You must engage the stakeholders. And before you engage the stakeholders, you must do proper mapping of stakeholders. And you must scale them in preferences and according to their powers. Then you know who and who to engage for. There are some projects, there are some stakeholders that their review or their take on the project have a lot of influence on what the project outcome will be. And if you leave these people behind, or if you do not engage them, or you engage them, but you engage them at a lower level without attaching much importance to these individuals. It may be an individual, it may be an institution, it may be a politician, it may be a youth leader, it may be the king, it may be a community leader, it may be a pastor, it may be an imam, or it may even be a woman that are very relevant in the scheme of the project execution. And if you do not engage these persons, these individuals, these entities properly, I tell you, your project may not meet the necessary definition, despite having huge bag of fund.
All right, so speak to us about the most common gaps that you see between donors' expectations and on-the-ground realities in Nigeria.
Yes, it boils down to engagement, which I talked about. When you want to, for instance, you want to do water, for a community. The community is in need of water. And it is required. Water is actually required. But there are other things that you need to do beyond just knowing that the community needs water. You talked about the siting of the water, where the water needs to be sited. So this is just one of the kind of a valid example that it's, for instance, supposed to be sited close to Bales or maybe Emirs or maybe Madawaki's or Galadima's house. And then you feel like it's you on your own definition or your own thinking, believing that it should be sited to the community center. And you take it to the community center. I tell you, you may not even be able to execute the project. You are implementing project or you are funding a project. You must take note of certain peculiarities of the project in relation to the community where the project will be sited. So if you take all these into considerations while initiating and planning the project, then during the execution, it will be very easy for you to execute the project. Oftentimes, we have gone to communities, executors, becomes an issue. So why will you now force yourself to implement a project in a community whereby the community are telling you that the certain requirement, certain metrics of the project that you want to implement are not suitable to them? So you must listen to them. That is why it is better that you give much time to collection of requirement by engaging the community leaders, the community powers, if I may use that word, in defining the project before you even think about funding and execution of the project. That is one thing. Second is the ability of the project managers, the project executors, for them to implement the project itself. Because you must, even when the requirements are in, the stakeholders are properly engaged and you have all what it takes, the project has all the enablement for it to survive, to succeed, then the team that are required, the team that have been saddled with responsibility of implementing or executing the project also has a lot to tell about the success of the project.
So how important is project management discipline in having to determine whether a donor-funded project succeeds or it fails?
Project management methodologies and principles is all that you need for a project to survive. Either you hire a certified project manager or maybe you are just an ad hoc project manager, which often seen in Nigeria today. There are many quack project managers working on the field. But even when you are not satisfied as a certified project manager, you must get acquainted with project management ethics, project management methodologies, project management principles for you to be able to implement projects successfully in any field that you have been asked to do. So you must get acquainted with project management principles. This is highly for that is why many of us were talking about, we keep reminding donor agencies on the need for them to engage certified project professionals in engaging them. I must give kudos to bodies like UNICEF, EU, AFDB in implementing projects in Nigeria. I must give them kudos because they ensure that those that are responsible for implementing their project, people are responsible for monitoring and evaluation of their project, are actually people that have right certifications in project management. So you must equip yourself with these methodologies and principles for you to be able to implement project, monitor project, evaluate project, commission project, because you must also be able to know how to close out project. If you do not have what it takes for you to know how to close out project, then how do you properly close it out? Projects are done, when projects are initiated properly, they are properly planned, executed, they are properly executed, and then maybe even try monitoring the project and evaluating it. Then how do you commission it? Problem arise at times when projects have been fully, properly implemented. Problem arise in commissioning the project. I find that during commissioning, people abandon the project. They become like a plague that we will not be associated with this project because the right methodologies are not imbibed when you are commissioning the project. So all these stages of project implementations are things that you must do properly. And you can only get it right when people that are qualified, certified to do it are start with responsibilities. You can't compare a project management professional with a manager. They are a functional manager with a certified project professional. So a functional manager is only equipped with functional tips for you to be able to do in or maybe what have you in office upkeeping. But you cannot compare this individual with a project, a certified project professional that is actually trained and equipped with right techniques and principles on how to implement projects.
So speak to us about, what extent does the local capacity, that skews institutions and the system, to what extent do they affect project outcomes?
Very. They do affect project outcomes because for the local powers, institutions and individuals that are relevant in project management, it is proper and it is required that they have proper set skills for them to be able to engage and be part of the project Because if you do not have local authorities, local individuals that are properly trained and that are relevant in the project, they may not be able to contribute effectively in project. Oftentimes you go to implement projects in certain states, even in countries, whereby people that have been saddled with responsibility of supervision do not have set skills for them to be able to supervise the project. You can only supervise something that you are knowledgeable about. You can only supervise and monitor things that you are knowledgeable about. There was a time I was on a project called WASH 3 in Osun, and we have certain individuals, even state agencies, that are saddled with responsibility of monitoring the project that we are executing. And in fact, some of these individuals are not properly trained, and yet they want to be relevant in a project scheme of things. And what they do most times is that they cause delay in project management, in project execution. They cause delay. At times, the delay results in misses of deadlines, and at times even impact on quality and the costs of the project, because they have no technical ability to do this, and they keep intruding into the project implementation and execution. And by you trying to accommodate their inferences, their interventions in the execution of the project, it causes delay. And oftentimes it results in dispute that become very expensive and costly to the project delivery. And it affects the quality at times. That's why you see some of the communities in Osun State, like for instance, Ayedade, Ede, and some other area, we have waters projects that are not functioning, not as a result of the contractors given, but as a result of at times some of these local actors that are very relevant in the project that have impugned or impeded the project execution, and the project outcome becomes not satisfactory. And you see, at times when the third party consultant comes into supervision, you know that some of these projects are marked unsuccessful or maybe abandoned, and it has a lot of implication for the contractor, because some contractors end up not being paid, even when they put a whole lot of energy and effort into it.
So, looking ahead, speak to us about the practical changes that would most improve the success rate of this donor-funded project in Nigeria.
Yes, what will increase the success rate is simple. Before initiation, do thorough requirement collection. Requirement collection involves a whole lot of things. So the project that you want to execute or you want to donate to the community, you must be able to do a proper requirement collection about the project, that what this project actually entails. This is your own definition of the project. What is the definition of the project to the people? What is their own definition to the project? So what do they really want for the project? What do they want the project to be? How do they want it to be done? If you do if you put energy into defining this, and you are able to have a proper definition of the project from the beginning, then you will be able to initiate the project properly. Then the planning will become very easy. Then you will now be able to have what you need to fund. Because funding of the project is not about, for instance, you want to fund a town hall, okay? A town hall is good, but what other thing you need that need to be associated with the town hall that you are donating? What are the other components of that project that must be attached to that town hall for that town hall to be useful in the lives of the community that you are donating into, so that you will not just build an edifice will become abandoned. So you must be able to collect requirement, be able to define the project properly. And then for you to do this, you must engage the developers. That is what's talked about in the success of the project that we talked about earlier. Becomes not only when you want to implement the project that you start engaging them. No, you engage them even before you initiate the project, when you are collecting the requirement. That is why I talked about the project, the stakeholder engagement, the stakeholder mapping. You must be able to map these people from the beginning. We have categories in this mapping that we talked about, that we have A, B, C, D, E, whereby you map them based on their power, their powers within the community. So there are some that you may engage them, you may not engage them. They are relevant. They may not really be destructive in the lives of the project. But there are some that not engaging them, or engaging them, if you don't engage them properly, the way you should engage them, may be threatening to the life of the project. So you must know these people have an issue. You must factor them in before you initiate the project, because it is then you even know the skill set of the community, of the locals. Because you won't be able to do a project when you are donating a project to Nigeria, for instance, or you are donating a project to the state, or you are donating a project to local government, or to even a community, a rural community. The community, the state, the local government, the country must be able to own the project after delivery of the project. And if you don't have the proper skill set for them to own the project, then why are you implementing, or why are you donating such a project to them? So if you do proper stakeholder mapping, stakeholder engagement, you'll be able to know that perhaps there are other set skills that are lacking in the lives of those that will own the project when you deliver, then that are lacking. Then you'll be able to factor them in training of these people, these individuals, while you are planning for the project. So that by the time you are not executing, they already have a proper skill set for them to be able to contribute meaningfully. So that when you deliver the project, they will be able to own the project, and they will be able to manage the project when you have delivered the project to them. So these are things that often people take for granted. You have the money, you have the concept, and you just go in, please kindly give us the land, I want to do this, want to do that. And then you just do it and you leave.
Thank you, Dr. Wasiu. Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. We really appreciate it. All right, that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We looked at building a premium brand in the price-sensitive market and also executing donor-funded projects in Nigeria and what actually works. And of course, the Breakfast Show continues with a big story. After this break, I am Deborah Eze. Just stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, marketing.
You're still watching The Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television, and this is the Big Story segment. I am Deborah Eze. Our conversation this morning is centering on how Nigeria can convert economic reforms into shared prosperity. Nigeria is emerging from what many economists have described as a period of economic shock. In the past year, fuel subsidies were removed, the foreign exchange market was liberalized, and fiscal reforms introduced to stabilize the economy and restore credibility. While these measures were designed to reset the economy, the lived experience for many Nigerians has been rising costs, pressure on incomes, and uncertainty about what comes next. Today on The Big Story, we ask a critical question. How can Nigeria move beyond reform pain and begin converting these hard economic decisions into shared prosperity for citizens? And joining me is Dr. Samson Simon, is the CEO of ARC Economics and Data Limited. Good morning, Dr. Samson. It's good to have you on The Big Story.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course, Nigeria has gone through what many describe as a reform shock from what I said. Now, from your assessment, what phase of the adjustment are we in now?
Well, I think some stability, right? Most of the macroeconomic indicators have become stable, or at least moving in the right direction. Take inflation, for example. Headline inflation in January was more than 24%. By November, we're expecting the data for December tomorrow. By November, it had reduced by 10 percentage points. That's headline inflation. If you look at our foreign exchange rate too, for the first time in a long while, we're ending the year on a positive note, in the sense that the Naira had appreciated, was more in value at the end of the year than when we started at the beginning of the year. And largely within the year, it was within the band of 1.4 and 1.5. And then if you look at our foreign exchange reserves, they appreciated. So, and our balance of payment too is positive. If you look at our economic growth, the growth in 2024 was 3.89 according to the CBN, right? And for last year it was 3.89, which is way higher by around 50 basis points compared to 2024. So if you look at it critically, the 5 macroeconomic objectives normally, whether it's around price stability, or it's around balance of payment, or it's around output, or around, I know for equitable distribution of income and unemployment, we need to work on those ones. But for the other ones, I think the numbers are looking up. So I know Nigerians will say some of these numbers, some of these things making up might not have trickled down, which is not understandable. What is the good of improved numbers on paper if people are not actually benefiting from? But if these results are sustained, if we can maintain them in the short run to medium term, I think we should be able to see very impactful results. Now we are seeing some results, like for inflation, our major staple, rice, for example. If you look at the price, we bought rice. I remember the last time I bought rice in 2025, I got it for 50,000. And in 2024, I was buying for more than 100,000. So we cannot say entirely that people are not benefiting from these improved numbers or these stable numbers. It's just that maybe not in a material way, not in a substantial way. But if these reforms are maintained, I think eventually we'll begin to see tangible or material results that everybody will say, yes, these reforms are really yielding results.
All right, so at what point does, the reform fatigue becomes a real economic risk? And how do you think policymakers can manage it?
I think if, reforms are painful, I remember the president making an analogy with a woman trying to give birth. Childbirth is painful, right? So he was making an analogy that what we experienced, or what we experienced when he came to power was basically it. So even for a woman, as much as she values her baby or her own child, right? The same thing for the reforms as much as they are very important, there's no doubt about that. But if we keep imposing reforms, if we keep pushing reforms down the throats of people without seeing results and quickly to, then eventually people will resent you and they will rebel. So I think if we begin to see results, like I said, we have started seeing results. If these results become better, then there will be no need for concern whatsoever, right? But if we don't see material change between now and next year, then you may see people beginning to probably take to the streets to protest and probably was to show their anger that they are not happy. We remember Iron governance protest. It is basically because the reforms were not yielding results at that time. But now they're beginning to yield results. So I think I am hopeful the numbers will keep improving this 2026. So eventually, everybody will appreciate the reforms. Of course, not 100% of the people. I believe majority of Nigerians, the critical mass you need that will support and appreciate the reforms will be there.
Okay, so, speak to us about some of the change or what must change in government executions for these reforms to move from stabilizing the economy to improving household welfare.
The World Bank does a report, I think biannually, they do like twice in a year, the Nigerian Development Update, and I remember the one they did at the end of last year clearly stated it was just about translating these reforms to better lives for Nigerians, right? Improving the livelihoods of Nigeria, improving their living standards. What's the use of a reform, or what is the use of reforms if they don't actually materialize into benefits for the population? And the World Bank, while appreciating the current president of the current government, and while talking about the good things that they have done, right, they also mentioned the fact that these reforms need to be translated. And I remember the World Bank said 3 things are important, and I agree with them. 1, inflation. Because as long as inflation is very high, it chips away at purchasing power, it impoverishes the population. So no matter the benefit you think these reforms are yielding, they will not be seen because people cannot even afford anything again. So, and we have seen a marked deceleration in inflation last year, right? We are hopeful that trajectory will be maintained. And if inflation is tackled, we will have to achieve our target. Globally, ideal inflation band is 1 to 3%. Nigeria realized that it cannot do 1 to 3%. It opted for high single digits, 6 to 9%. When was the last time we had single-digit inflation? More than 10 years ago. So we need to bring inflation to single digit. And the central bank is assiduously working on doing that. That's why they are making inflation targeting their #1 priority this year. So we are hopeful that inflation, because the central banks result the credo of the central bank, the essence of the central bank existing is price stability. Any other reason takes backseat to that, right? And they're very serious about it. Since they have declared all-out war on inflation, right? We expect inflation to be better. And if inflation levels are low, they're stable, they're predictable, people will begin to see results. And even the growth that we experience will be not undermined. Another thing is social safety nets. I know the government has been trying in that regard, but we need to be more expansive. We need to be broad-based. It should not be limited, and it should be very transparent, and all Nigerians, or at least the most vulnerable people, poor and vulnerable people, to a large extent benefit from it. So if you have a social register where you know exactly who is who and who requires help and who doesn't, instead of allocating some of these resources, I remember the current president had a good intention, and he was giving truckloads of rights to National Assembly members, to the governors. If you do it that way, it becomes a political thing. But if you have social safety, if you have social register where you know for each local government, for each ward, you know who are the most vulnerable in these localities, and you target it instead of giving it to a senator who will just go and share it amongst his cronies, or to the governor who will just share amongst his stalwarts of people around him or his cohorts. You make sure that these things actually get to the people that need it the most, right? And I think they are working on that, so it's a good thing. But we need also to go beyond just a limited number of people to taking care of a large chunk of our population. Mind you, Nigeria is arguably the, until recent times, the food poorest country on earth, because in terms of affordability and availability, we were struggling until last year. Last year, numbers improved, so maybe we are no longer the worst place on earth now. But we still need, it's not yet the hood, some people are still threatened by hunger and food insecurity, and something needs to be done. Then the third thing is about our budget. We need to improve our budgeting. We need to make sure that our spending is efficient, right? There should be no waste, and it should give us results. We should not, like what we say in Nigeria, budget padding. It needs to be stopped. Well, I think it was Budget, the civil society organization, that said Nigeria's budget is a mess. And I agree with them to a large extent. So we need to make sure that our budget is not a mess. We need to make sure that we have the best budgeting system. If we need to go to Singapore, which arguably has one of the best budgeting systems, to learn how to go about budgeting, please, by all means, we should go there, so that we have the best budget, and then the needs of the population or the Nigerian people is properly catered for. Do
you think the current economic policies are sufficiently targeted, or are they too broad to deliver these inclusive outcomes?
Well, I think the reforms need to be broad-based. We're trying to overhaul the economy. Our economy has been in the doldrums for a while, and we're trying to get it out. And we need that stimulus, or we need that thing to really stimulate us to be out of the system. The reforms are necessary. But we need to make sure that the social safety nets are targeted. We should not just give National Assembly members truckloads of rice to go and share to their constituents or to their constituency. It normally doesn't reach the people that are most vulnerable in society. And that's why it's very important to have a reputable and a credible social register that does not cover the section of the country. It covers all our 776 local governments and all the wards, where you know exactly people in society, in every locality, know who are the most vulnerable in that society. And you can go and verify these things. And then you make sure that whatever help you're offering actually reaches those people. That way it will go a long way in cushioning the effect of these reforms.
Okay, so which sectors are best positioned to drive this shared prosperity under the current reform framework, and why?
Well, I think the services sector is the best that we have for now, is a driver. That doesn't mean that we should fit other sectors. If you look at agriculture, it's very important for food security. We were struggling with availability and affordability of food until recently. And even now, it's not like it's perfectly working. It's not like it's hunky-dory. It's not hunky-dory yet. But at least the numbers have improved. But we need to make sure that the solution is sustainable. We need to fix our agriculture. And another thing is the non-oil sector, our dependence on oil has been a problem. GDP-wise, oil is insignificant. Is less than 1/20th of our GDP. It's something in the region of 1/20th of our GDP, 5% of our GDP. But in terms of contribution to our foreign exchange earnings, in terms of revenue, that's where the problem is. The oil sector or the oil economy plays an outsized role, which is not good because we're vulnerable because the oil sector is very volatile internationally. So we need to do something to stay away from it. And I think that's where these tax reforms come in, right? We're trying to diversify our revenue base, particularly for revenue. Maybe for foreign exchange, we need to look for something else apart from oil. But for revenue, we're trying to work on that. I'm not sure, I'm not saying that this will guarantee results, but at least we're making effort and we're hopeful that this will guarantee results.
So how critical is data-driven policy making at this stage, and where is Nigeria still falling short?
Well, I think our policy making is not really anchored. It's not really anchored in the data, and I'm going to explain how. If you look at, we need to do some more. It's not like it's completely not being guided by the data, but we need to do some more because if you just bring policies, let me cite an example, something like subsidy removal. On paper, it looks like an excellent idea. Instead of you going to the filling station to buy 1 liter of fuel for 140 naira when it should cost you 300 naira, and then the government pays the difference, right, for each liter that each Nigerian consumes. Why not use this 160 naira per liter, right, and build us hospitals, world-class hospitals, universities, tackle our insecurity, and so on and so forth. That was what it seemed on paper. And we decided to, but I think we're fixated on the costs of the subsidy. We were not looking at the benefit. We were only looking at one side. And when normally you look at one side, it doesn't work out well. So that was a mistake we made. And even when we removed the subsidy, even if we wanted to remove the subsidy, we should have put some things in place. And you remember there was a time fuel was selling for more than 1,000 naira per liter, and prices went up. Now that fuel is selling for around 800 naira, I bought it, I think, just yesterday for 830, and it has reduced by, let's say, 1/3. Prices have not come down by 1/3. So it has completely distorted the economy. So we need to make sure that every decision we're taking is rooted in the data. And we need to have balanced analysis, right? We look at the cost, we look at the benefit. We should not be fixated on the cost because it's so exorbitant alone. We should look at the value we're getting in return. Oil is a very important part of the economy. The price of fuel, is a very important part of the economy. It determines a lot of things. And when we don't do our homework, at the end of the day, we're doing more harm than good. And that's why, to a large extent, some people say that, all right, subsidy is gone, finally it's gone, but has it really translated? Some people say, all right, we have seen higher government distributable, monthly distributable income from FAC, but that's a nominal increase. In real terms, would we say that the revenues are higher than they were before? Are people actually seeing things now that they were not seeing when subsidy was being paid? So I think the difference is not much. So we need to be guided by the data. We need to have the cost analysis. We need to look at it from all angles, and we need to mitigate whatever downside or whatever risks or whatever headwind that might arise. And that way, we have policies that will actually guarantee results, and it will be down to the benefits of all Nigerians.
What risk could derail the reform process in 2026 if they are not urgently addressed?
I think the number one would be the political risks. You know, we are in a pre-election year, so the people in power might get carried away by getting votes instead of actually implementing these reforms the way they should be implemented, right? If you take that the right way of doing things to the backseat and put politics ahead of it, I think that would be putting the cart before the horse. And normally in the political atmosphere, like we shall be seeing this 2026, when elections will be maybe early in the first quarter of 2027, that is a possible risk. Another one is geopolitical risks. We know the Americans were in Venezuela. They took a serving president as if he was just a criminal. And Iran is also on the horizon. And mind you, the Ukraine-Russian war is not yet over. So there are so many risks. And if chances are taken, if perchance this risk actually persists alongside many other risks, then we may be forced to abandon some of these reforms because we are desperate to keep body and soul together, right? And even domestically, we have insecurity. Insecurity is a major challenge for us. And Americans also set their sights on Nigeria. So it doesn't look like it is completely out of hand for now, but we know the way things are. Insecurity is a big challenge. It is one of the reasons why we had high food inflation, and we're still having high food inflation or high inflation generally, when it's not actually single digit, right? And if you look at it, we need to get a lot of things. Even structural changes within the economy, we seem laid back about fixing that, eliminating some of these rigidities within the structure of the Nigerian economy, so that finally we have an economy that delivers for everybody.
In just a few seconds, I want you to tell us what success would look like by this time next year if these reforms are truly working for Nigerians. So just a few seconds.
Well, I think if there be higher living standards for Nigerians, and Nigerians can all testify that they are better off in 2027 January than they are in January 2026, then we can say, yes, these reforms are successful.
For your time, Dr. Samson Simon is the CEO of ARC Economics and Data Limited. We appreciate your time. And of course, the breakfast show continues after this break with the social listening segment. Do stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goal. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We
Welcome back. This is the social listening segment on the Business Day television. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm right here with
Onyeka Valentine.
All right, let's go straight into the conversations the Nigerians are speaking about today. And of course, the first conversation gaining attention is the supply of U.S. military aid to Nigeria to help fight against terrorism. And according to reports, the supplies were handed over to Nigerian security partners in Abuja, signaling the sustained U.S. security engagement with Nigeria amid rising concerns over terrorism, insurgency, and transnational crime across parts of the country. Meanwhile, the authorities did not disclose the specific nature or quantity of the equipment delivered to the Nigerian authorities. The latest delivery coincides with increased U.S. security focus on Nigeria after President Trump's December authorization of a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS base in northwest Nigeria. Before I get your opinion, Vali, let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to this. Let's look at some tweets. And the first tweet from Daniel Rega, and he said, other equipment, intelligence and supports that have been provided to the Nigerian government in the past, what was the result? The US is choosing to trust a government that couldn't even distribute COVID-19 palliatives or warrant officials of hijack. Excuse us with this nonsense. And of course, another one from Daniel Obute, and he said, isn't Trump coming again? Another one from Ola Turks, and he said, U.S. providing intelligence support and defense equipment to Nigeria is a welcome initiative and should be appreciated. And okay, I think that's all the reactions that we have. We wanted to speak about this this morning during the newspaper review. So you have the floor now, Valentine. What do you think about this? Now, the first reaction, do you agree with Daniel Rega that said, you know, why would the US trust us with something as big as this when we couldn't even handle the COVID-19 palliative, and also saw how, you know, some of these palliative were hijacked?
So first and foremost, it would be unfair for me to, you know, respond to Daniel Rega from a journalist and a broadcaster's angle. I'd rather respond to him as maybe someone who uses social media.
Okay.
But on the contrary, again, you know, I use social media for something better than what it I'm seeing, because I don't think Daniel Rega should have. I don't think he thought about what he said before he put it up there. Does he, first and foremost, does he even want to understand the uniqueness or the unique nature of Nigerian military on how they operate and how they engage? You don't just jump on social media and say anything that you like because you've gained some level of, you know, popularity one way or the other. I think people should understand that when it comes to insecurity of a nation, especially the one as unique and as great as Nigeria, people should think very, very well. Anyways, having said so, right, what we want to hear at home is what we need to tell them, which is this. Is this partnership good for us? Yes, it is good for us. But at the same time, we must try not to lose face. These are the kind of conversations that I expect people like that, I don't think maybe he doesn't have that full knowledge. But if Daniel Rega had said, look, great partnership, but can we also make sure, right, we also don't lose face with this angle, then I want to listen to what he's saying. So now
I think that's what he's trying to say.
on the contrary, what he's trying to say is that, look, that we are not able to manage palliatives. That's what he's trying to say. So giving us this one, we're not able to manage it. Are we a backyard nation or what? No. I think people, because of the, and I'm not rushing to defend the ills of society or, the quote unquote, the area that are not working very well, but Nigeria has come too far, and Nigeria is big enough to be able to manage things. Yes, we have challenges. I think that those equipment or arms or whatever it is that we bought from, whether bought or given to us for free, I don't know, we don't know the terms.
Us.
Yeah, but that be the case, I think it will help us, right, to tackle insurgents and tackle it very well, tackle those bandits very well. I haven't said so. I'm more particular about the fact that can we also begin to think of being equals in some certain conversations so that we don't look as if we are losing face? It's important. Remember I said when we are doing our newspaper review, one of the things that can make our passport be respected around the world is if we are seen as a nation that can come to any table as equals. I remember 2023 when the president of 2024, that was last 2 years, when the president of Kenya, that's Ruto, he went for a conference, right? And then it was very clear, talking about Africa, saying, look, Africa has got to a point where it needs to be seen as equals. Yes, our economy might not be as strong as that. He also mentioned Nigeria, mentioned his own country, Kenya. He said some Central African countries don't have big economy the way some other Western world have, countries have. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't be brought to the table to be able to give our own quota. Until when we start giving our own quota, respect will come. Now, we are collecting these arms or weapons or gadgets or whatever from the US. My question now is, what are we giving back in return? I hope it's not any piece of our sovereignty. I hope it's not we saying we're allowing them to bring boots on ground, because we don't need their boots on ground.
Of course, I see your point, on this one, but we, like I always say, I like to make, Nigerians, when they speak from a place of experience. No Nigeria, I've not seen any Nigerian who actually comes online and then they throw accusations. Nobody does their own work like a Nigerian that is actually out for the government. So I think Daniel Reagan, I do not agree with him on cases.
How is he going to judge?
On most cases, no, it's the same thing. Okay. But this one, I have to agree with him because
palliative.
Yes,
it's different from military gadgets.
It's not different. You can sell the same way you can order food.
Palliative.
It's even
to the military.
To the military, of course.
Not someone will steal it from military storehouse.
No one is stealing it. It's still from the people.
They can't manage it.
We are speaking from experience. If you can hide food,
we have a new minister now.
If you can hide food,
let's give them credit.
Then do you know what it will cost to actually sell those gadgets and then put the money into your pocket? Yeah. I really think that's where Daniel is coming from, because if food is like the smallest thing that you can actually hide from people. So if you can do that, is it now military equipment?
So Daniel Reagan has some followership and some people follow him abroad. I was expecting him to say, look, even though, yes,
do you expect him to lie?
So not lie. See, I will tell you something.
Or sugarcoat it?
No. There's what we call constructive criticism. And that's why I say, look, coming from, we are journalists, we're broadcasters, we've been taught and then we've understood how to criticize constructively. So this way, you don't throw the bathwater and the baby away. You tell yourself that you create, hold on, so you create, not just create a narrative, but you present it the way it is presented. Yes, we have challenges based on in the past where palliatives were given for COVID-19 and some people hoarded it, most definitely. But don't you think it's time for us to now be to think, how do we salvage Nigeria? Nigeria is going through a lot. Putting the face of Nigeria into the mud even more, it's not going to help us.
No, I don't think that's what Nigerians do. They actually state that this is the problem that we have. And I think for you to find a solution, knowing the problem is the first step to getting a solution.
So the question now is, do you think that this partnership with the US and Nigeria and then receiving arms, is it going to be for our own good or not?
Judging from the experience that we've had with several partnerships, I really do not think it's going to do anything. But let's keep our fingers crossed. All right, to the second conversation, Nigerians are also reacting to bill denial to controversial Nigerian singer Abib Okiola, popularly known as Portable. I like to call him Valentine's best friend.
There we go again. He's not my best friend.
All right, by a state high court in Ota, Ogun State. The singer was being arraigned on a 9-count criminal charge bordering on assault, theft, causing harm, and resisting arrest. The presiding judge declined to grant the singer bail, citing absence of the allegedly assaulted police officer in court, stressing the need to see the officer before deciding on the bail application. Let's take a look at how Nigerians are reacting to this. And the first reaction from Oma, and she said, the law applies to everyone, no matter how famous, justice must take its course. And the second one from Bashir, and he said, getting interesting, just ensure the real justice is served. When justice is upheld in the society, that society will be sane. After this, port to public services to uphold justice around the world. And finally from Gozie, and he said, dancing to the tune of government in power doesn't guarantee you freedom. I hope he will learn from this experience. I know Portable is not your favorite person to actually talk about, but you know, he from last year, he wasn't really in the news like that. He didn't really, he wasn't really in the news for negative stuff, except from when his personal business actually came on social media. But do you think it is wrong for them not to grant him bail? I think it's from the law, because I know a bit about the law.
I think everyone, one way or the other, deserves the right to be granted bail. It all depends on the kind of, the crime that's been committed, the kind of issue. If the kind of crime that is a capital offense, they might not even give you bail at all. Right? They might just remand you there, and they'll probably go ask for some outrageous shorty, which obviously you might not be able to get. But however, those in the legal angle can translate that properly. But where I'm more concerned is this fact, is that, like I said before, when something becomes too often, questions should be asked, right? Yes, is he a good performer?
Is he?
Well,
I don't see it.
Some will say yes, others will say no. But how does this really affect this whole thing? Is this: if you probably check social media, you hardly will see all those supporters saying, free him, let him go, let him go. They're either keeping quiet or they're analyzing it the way I'm analyzing right now. What does that tell you? It tells you that character plays a major role. Now, those who are holding him in the position there, I've thought about, in the past, has he respected, the court of law? Has he respected some certain decisions? Has he, one way or the other, shown up when they give him bail in the past? They will look at all that and now decide to say, no, we will not grant this guy bail. He might just disappear and not come back again. Why am I saying all this? Now, I'm not saying that to be the case, but if you look at it, it's always good to lay out these things as facts, right? Which is the major question now? Which is the major thing? One, can they trust him? Can he keep his word? Looking at Portable as a whole, right? He's a controversial artist. Is he there on social media, answering somebody in a negative way? Or is he there fighting somebody? Or is he there in his bar and all that? So for me, economically, maybe for those who organize events, yes, when they put up his name there as a major artist, what happens is that people come and buy a ticket and they make money, and of course the money goes into the economy, right? And then of course people are employed one way or the other. That's more or less like the economic value. I don't see how much the money will be anyways. But okay, so
don't allow people to like my door.
Okay, so
will stay to come for you.
So I want to believe that they make so much money from them having him as a star artist.
Of course he does.
So now, this is my own take now. Why I think they should grant him bail on time is this. And those at home might agree with me or may not agree with me. So that way, he can get back into active performance. So that way, event managers can also make money. And of course, employ more people for next event. Event management is an industry as a whole. And he's a brand name. Believe it or not, he's the brand name. But what I think he needs now is a proper counselor.
I think the proper counseling part, Portable is past that. I believe it's past reform, but let's see how, since the case is still in court, let's see how it's going to, unfold. All right, let's take a look at the final conversation on the social listening today. And this, the gained attention is this morning's Obi Cubana is developing Cubana Millennium City project in Asaba, Delta State. And according to reports, the project aims to create a luxury banana island of the south-south/southeast, with recent site tours signaling major progress towards initial move-ins. The project reportedly features comprehensive infrastructure like police stations, religious centers, and leisure sport, launched with significant government support. Let's take a look at how Nigerians are reacting to this. And of course, Daily Peep said, this man understands business and has access to capital. They don't host any mentorship or training or young entrepreneurs. That's the problem of billionaires. That sounds very entitling. All right, we have Taiwo T, and he said, I love this. It's good that you people are beginning to develop your region. I hope more people like you from that axis will key into this. All those tribal motivated demolitions against the property owned by people from certain region will be a thing of the past. And finally,
play safe.
Yeah, from First Lady, and she said, this is really amazing. We say what we do and we do what we say. I wish him God's grace with this project. This is actually really good, and I must agree with the part where it is good that some of this, billionaires, millionaires are actually going back to their states to actually invest and develop it. It's really good. But this part about a person saying, this billionaire having access to capital, I said it sounded very, it sounded like entitlement. But what you think about it? Is it a must for a billionaire? I was the one who made my money. I started from the bottom, and now I'm where? At the top. And now you're going to fault me for not teaching you or wanting to teach you how I made my money. Don't you think that's entitlement?
I mean, first and foremost, Nigerians as a whole, we have this entitlement mentality, which is why I think when it comes to innovation and moving forward, we are either 10 steps forward, 15 steps backwards. I don't think any young, although narrative right has begun to change. But I don't think any young fellow should sit back and wait for someone who has made all this money to come and give it to them, or teach them how it's done. I'm not saying anyone who has the opportunity to do that shouldn't do that. However, what I'm heading to with this analysis is that the day we wake up, youths wake up, stop sitting on their hands to begin to think how they can innovatively create wealth, the better. And like they say that goes this way: if you can't find work, make work. And that's very important. So when you're looking at Obi Cubana, now I don't know how he made his money from the beginning, so I'm not going to stay and start judging him, whatever it is. But the guy is successful, and he has now mastered how to duplicate that wealth. He has mastered how to multiply that wealth. So the idea of multiplying effect in the economy simply means that if I can get XYZ to be part of what I'm doing, because I'm already a brand name, right? I can use whatever funds they bring in to develop. And why not start from my state? Or I don't know if that's it, right? So why not start from a place that he knows that?
I think it's from Anambra.
Anambra, okay. I don't know the state that he's from. But why not start from a place where I know there'll be less issues? That's where I'm targeting now. Because if you look at it, the other person who commented and said something, they said, it's not better to invest in a place where you have less trouble. I know where the person was heading to, right? But just let the cat out of the bag. Where regulators of different agencies trouble you when you try to develop, and after you develop, they come to you, right, citing different issues that could suggest and narrow down to demolition, like what we see in Lagos State, why would you want to go and invest somewhere else? This kind of great idea that Obi Cubana has started to come forth with, right? Can you imagine if he decided to choose Lagos State? The kind of jobs that will also be created, right? Added to the one that we have already. How huge the economy would be, because to create more, more wealth and multipliers effect. But maybe he's also worried about, we know government is in continuum, but what if they come tomorrow and destroy my property?
Is that not the case? We speak about different illegal demolitions here every day. So I think that's not a bad thing if he's actually thinking about
not at all. I mean, it's not a far cry from home. We say this is every now and then. And I'm not saying they're targeting a specific tribe of people, but everyone has gotten the quote and unquote the bass boast, like they always say. However, economically, it's not really good because people are going to be afraid of coming to invest. And this is one major, example of not wanting to invest in Lagos. He lives in Lagos. He has house in Lagos too, right? But in this kind of size, magnitude, this kind of, big project, if we had more eco-friendly, regulators, more friendly approach to housing in Lagos State, I assure you, more billionaires want to come and invest.
Right.
Doesn't mean that we should invest in other areas. Now, what's the take home from this? It means that we have billionaires in Nigeria. Whether or not they should come and teach you how to become billionaires, that's a different cup of coffee. I think that if you want to make money, go and figure the things out. And when you're successful, the billionaires will come and ask you, what do you need?
If you want to make money, go figure things out for yourself. And if the handout is handed over to you, good for you.
Like I had a dream.
Okay,
someone give me $1 billion. Do you like that dream? There we go.
All right. Those are the stories Nigerians are talking about today. Thank you for watching Social Listening on Business Day Television. And thank you for sticking with us from 8 a.m. and up to 11 a.m. this morning. I remain your host, Deborah Eze.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
All right. Till tomorrow, have yourself a beautiful Wednesday morning.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating on the petroleum mining leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development. As well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying college Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came,
very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, coming to you live on Business Day Television. I'm Glory Brown, and here are the top business stories making headlines today. Federal government eyes 500 billion naira green bond sale to finance climate projects in 2026. Federal government enforces 0.5% levy on fuel wholesalers. NUPRC and NRS move to enhance revenue collection. Nigeria suffers Africa's biggest passport power decline in 20 years. Nigeria's power sector bleeds more cash than generates electricity. Let's begin today's business news in Nigeria, where the federal government plans to raise up to 500 billion naira bonds in 2026 through the issuance of green bonds as it seeks alternative funding to support climate and environmental initiatives across the country. The Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, disclosed this on Tuesday while speaking at the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, highlighting Nigerians' growing focus on sustainable financing. Lawal said proceeds from the green bond issuance will be developed and deployed to projects aimed at improving air quality, expanding access to clean cooking fuels, and tackling deforestation nationwide. He added that the initiative aligns with Nigerians' climate commitment and environmental sustainability goals while also positioning the country to benefit from rising global investors' demand for green and climate-linked financial instruments following similar moves by other emerging economies. Moving on to the next story, the federal government has stepped up regulatory oversight in the downstream petroleum sector with the enforcement of 0.5% levy on the wholesale price of petroleum products and natural gas in line with the midstream and downstream petroleum operations regulations 2025. Under the new rules, suppliers are required to collect and remit the levy at wholesale point, with compliance now tied to licensing and continued operations in the sector. The levy is provided for under Section 47 of the Petroleum Industry Act, which mandates the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority to manage an authority fund financed partly through a 0.5% charge on wholesale petroleum sales. However, industry operators have pushed back, urging the regulator to directly collect the levy. They argued that in addition to the authority funds, operators already contribute another 0.5% to the midstream and downstream gas infrastructure funds, increasing the financial burden. Also, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, and the Nigerian Revenue Service have agreed to deepen collaborations to strengthen revenue collections for the Federation. This followed a meeting on Monday in Abuja where the Commission Chief Executive on NUPRC, Mrs. Orishemi Iwaye-San, paid a courtesy visit to the chairman of the Nigeria Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, at the agency's headquarters. According to a statement by NUPRC's Head of Media and Strategic Communications, Eniola Akinkotu, the visit forms part of ASA's broader stakeholders' engagement since assuming office last month. The partnership is expected to gain momentum under new tax law, which took effect on January 1st, 2026. Both agencies agreed to work more closely to improve oil and gas revenue collection and help the government meet its revenue targets. Up next, Nigeria has recorded Africa's steepest decline in passport power over the past 20 years, reflecting the impact of limited visas liberalization, tighter global mobility rules, and weak reciprocal travel agreement. Data from the Passport Index for January 2026 shows Nigeria's passport has dropped 27 places since 2006, falling to 89th out of 199 countries globally. It ranked as the second largest long-term decline behind Bolivia. The decline comes despite a short-term improvement from the January 2025 ranking. Nigeria climbed 5 places, signaling a modest rebound that has not reversed 2 decades of underperformance. Over the same period, average global visa-free access rose from 58 destinations in 2006 to 108 in 2026. The data suggests passport strength is driven by stability, economic openness, sustained diplomacy, and reciprocal mobility, areas where Nigerians have struggled to keep pace. And now, moving on to the energy sector. Nigeria's power sector is placing a growing strain on public finances, with the government spending hundreds of billions of naira on subsidies to sustain electricity supply despite decades of reforms and heavy investment. President Bola Tinubu, who assumed office in May 2023 on a reform agenda, faces a difficult trade-off, raising electricity tariffs and managing the political risk, especially after the removal of petrol subsidies sparked nationwide protest. Rising subsidy costs are driven by an aging transmission grid that loses up to 40% of generated power, weak revenue collection, and electricity tariffs that remains far below the actual cost of supply. The pressure is compounded by poor collections across distribution companies. As of October 2025, the 11 discos billed 2.4 trillion naira but collected only 1.9 trillion naira, leaving a 20% revenue gap that continues to destabilize the power value chain. And in other news, President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday told global leaders that Nigeria is leveraging a newly activated carbon markets framework to mobilize between $2.5 billion and $3 billion annually over the next decade in climate finance. Speaking at the 2026 Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, Tinubu highlighted Nigerians' adoption of the National Carbon Market Activation Policy and the launch of the National Carbon Registry to strengthen emissions reporting and verifications. He also outlined Nigerians' energy transmission and transition strategy, citing the 2023 Electricity Act, which targets decentralized off-grid power access for rural communities, earth facilities, schools and markets, alongside initiatives to modernize infrastructure and deploy sustainable energy efficiently. The president announced key financing initiatives, including a $500 million climate investment platform, a $2 billion national climate platform, and a $50 billion sub-regional green bond, which reaffirming Nigerians' commitment to net zero emissions by 2060 and universal energy access. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you much stories on the Business News Hour. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're still watching the Business News Hour. Moving on, in the fixed income market, Nigeria has engaged a US-based lobbying firm in the $9 million contract to shape Washington's understanding of its security measures addressing violence against Christian communities. Documents filed with the U.S. Department of Justice show that DCI Group, a Washington public affairs and lobbying firm, was retained to brief U.S. officials on Nigerians' counter-terrorism effort and management of religiously motivated attacks. The contract, executed on December 17, 2025 on behalf of National Security Advisor Rabaju, runs for 6 months until June 30, 2026, with an automatic extension unless terminated with 60 days notice. DCI Group's role is to highlight Nigerians' protective actions for Christian communities and maintain U.S. support for its fight against jihadist groups amid renewed American focus on attacks targeting Christians in the country. Meanwhile, in the education sector, the Tertiary Education Trust Fund has announced the allocation of 6.45 billion naira to 271 tertiary institutions under its 2026 intervention cycle. The funds are aimed at strengthening critical infrastructure, enhancing academic programs, boosting research and innovation, and driving overall transformation in the tertiary education sector. President Bola Tinubu approved the disbursement guidelines, which provides for direct release of funds to beneficiaries' institutions nationwide. Under the plan, each university will receive 2.525 billion naira, polytechnics 1.871 billion naira, and colleges of education 2.056 billion naira. TET Fund Executive Secretary Enoch disclosed the details in Abuja during a strategic meeting with heads of beneficiaries' institutions, emphasizing the government's commitment to improving quality and capacity in Nigeria's higher education system. And still on education matters, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has announced April 16th to 25th, 2026 as the nationwide date for the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. In an official release, the board outlined registration procedures, eligibility criteria, and fees for both UTME and direct entry candidates, aimed at helping students plan effectively for the exams. UTME registrations open on January 26th and closes on February 28th, while direct entry registrations runs from March 2nd to April 25th. Candidates must complete a profile linked to a valid mobile number and national identity number before purchasing the e-PIN at participating banks, POS outlets, or online platforms. Mock UTME will be held on March 28th, with the main exam scheduled for April 16th to 25th. Application fees are set at 8,700 naira for candidates taking the mock exams, 7,700 naira without it, and 5,700 for direct entry applicants. JAMB is also assessing exam centers for technical compliance, including CCTV, biometrics verification, and adequate facilities. And moving on to the trade and bilateral relations, Nigeria and United Arab Emirates have signed a comprehensive economic partnership agreement to reshape trade relations and expand market access for Nigerian businesses and talent. Announced by the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment on January 13, 2026, the agreement was signed in the presence of both heads of state, marking a significant step in strengthening bilateral economic ties. The CEPA eliminates tariffs on over 7,000 products and opens access to 108 service sector, positioning the UAE as a strategic gateway for Nigerian enterprises into the Middle East and global markets. The agreement also includes a rule of origin framework to ensure tariffs preferences apply only to goods genuinely produced in Nigeria or the UAE, safeguarding the integrity of the trade deals and promoting competitiveness and reciprocal trade. Turning to the aviation sector, the Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development has earmarked 7.46 billion naira for technology upgrades, staff training, safety initiatives, and operational reforms in 2026. According to the 2026 Appropriation Bill, the funding will support automation across ministry operations, including e-library digitization, enterprise content management, a hybrid auto-visual conference system, and statistical database to ensure data analysis and support sustainable development goals. Staff capacity building and institutional development are also prioritized with allocations for aviation operation training, legal resources, ID card system, and the construction of a corporate headquarters and staff accommodation, which total over 5 billion naira. Safety and international cooperations remain key focus areas, including funding for aerospace university development, bilateral agreements, air tariffs and AI upgrades, airport Wi-Fi improvement, and consultancy for PPP projects and airport master plans. And finally, to wrap up the Business News Hour, the World Bank has called on governments to overhaul public works program, warning that short-term, low-skilled jobs no longer address unemployment or skills gap effectively. In this report, Innovations in Public Works, Rethinking Public Works for Jobs and Skills in the Changing World, the bank noted that traditional schemes provide temporary reliefs but fail to offer lasting economic benefit or pathways into stable employment. The report recommends shifting public works towards roles that build skills aligned with evolving labor markets shaped by digital technology and climate challenges. According to the bank, forward-looking public works program can maximize public spending, protect vulnerable populations, and prepare workers for the job of the future. And with this is where we wrap up today's Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. My name is Gloria Brown. Continue to stay tuned to the Business Day television for more updates and insights.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
And welcome to Reflections Nigeria, a program on BDTV where we reflect on issues around Nigeria, our country. And sometimes we even go beyond Nigeria to talk about the things that are happening globally. And this afternoon, we'll be looking at the impeachment move by the 27 members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, a move to impeach the governor of the state, Sim Fubara, and his deputy. That is Ngozi Adu. Well, specifically, last week Thursday, the 27 members of the Rivers State House of Assembly sat to issue a notice of impeachment on the governor and his deputy, and we'll be looking at that to see exactly what is happening. But interestingly, just 5 days after that, 2 members of the House have come out to say, look, gentlemen, let us take it easy. And so rather than going ahead to be part of the impeachment of the governor as proposed earlier on, these 2 members just yesterday addressed a press conference during which they are now calling for calling on other members of the House to subpoena and see how they can resolve the issue amicably, and so as to move Rivers State forward. But the point is that really, since Sim Fubara came in 2023, it's been crisis. It's been one crisis after the other. Following his disagreement with his someone we can call his godfather, who is now the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike. And today, gentlemen, you are welcome. We'll be looking at what has happened. Why is it that these 2 members of the House of House of Assembly in Rivers State, just 5 days after they were part of the General House, who said, look, we are going to impeach Sim Fubara. And of course, we saw the Speaker, Martin Mawele, saying that there was no going back on their impeachment move against Sim Fubara and his deputy. So what must have gone wrong? What must have happened within the 5 days after that statement, after the resolution by the members of the House of Assembly of Rivers, that we are now seeing 2 of them pulling back? Just before we go ahead, let me introduce my usual guest in the house, the Sunday editor of BusinessDay, Mr. Agomo Zebulon, and of course the assistant editor also here at BusinessDay, Mr. Chuka Uroko. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you.
And I'm going to start with you, Chuka. What do you think must have triggered the decision of these 2 members of the Rivers State House of Assembly to pull back from the move to impeach Governor Sim Fubara and his deputy?
Okay, thank you, Josh. Whatever we say on this particular issue is just guesswork, because none of us is in Rivers State or in the State's House of Assembly to know what is exactly playing out among different members of their side, the House. But first of all, let me just say that even the move to impeach the governor is a very surprising thing. It is what, in my opinion, I think is antithetical. An antithesis in the fact that this is a governor who was just yesterday a PDP member, now in APC. And the House of Assembly just initiated the impeachment move against him. And it is alleged that these people are acting on the prompting of their godfather, who is a minister in a government, in an APC government. So it is difficult to understand exactly what is happening in the Rivers State. And the only thing is that we see ambition, soaring ambition, inordinate ambition, playing itself out in that particular state. Why these two members of the assembly decided to pull out of the rest? As I said, it's just something that somebody can just conjecture that perhaps there could have been persuasion somewhere or an inducement somewhere by external forces who let us not just allow these people to this thing to go happen. But we don't forget that they say that one of them is a minority leader of the house.
Yes.
So he may be coming from a different party. And then maybe that same person was able to convince the second person, let us just try to see whether we can save the sinking ship. Or they are humanitarians who don't see reason for what is being planned against the governor of the state. Perhaps these are peacemakers who don't want the kind of thing that the state to continue to be in turmoil day in, day out. It is one crisis after another in Rivers State. Today you are hearing of fence mending. Tomorrow you hear that the fence is falling again. So any right-thinking person, anybody who has the interest of the state at heart must actually sit back and say, what's exactly happening? What can we do? And I want to believe that this might be the thinking of these two gentlemen who have decided to differ from the rest of the assembly members.
Okay. Now, why we will come back to why, like you said, we're just trying to guess. I mean, what perhaps, of course, maybe they truly want peace this time around. Having seen that for almost 3 years, there's been no political stability in Rivers State. But Zeb, in the last almost 3 years, since between 2023 and now, there've been 3 attempts now to impeach Governor Sinfobara. You recall in 2023, the first move by these lawmakers who are loyal to the FCT minister. You recall what led to the demolition of the Rivers State House of Assembly, I think, which people said was that was the governor's own move to stop them from going ahead to get him out of the office. And then, of course, also know in 2025 there was another move in that direction, following the crisis that has refused to actually abate, which of course was stopped by the president when he declared a state of emergency. And so this is a third attempt within a period of less than 3 years. What do you make up of this in a state? When you see a situation like this, what runs through your mind, Zeb?
Yeah, thank you, Josh. It's all about politics. Politics is as intoxicating as religion, and politics also, someone defines it or defined it as personal interest masquerading as public interest. So those who were elected and were taught to represent the people are just there to further their own nest. So what is happening in Rivers State is a very terrible version of what politics is actually. Yes, in as much as someone has said it's a personal-oriented business game. It varies from one state or from one individual to the other. The way some people look at it is different from the way some others look at it. Some people go there just purely for the good of the people, whereas some other people look at it as personal estates. They have gone there to feather their nest. What is happening in Rivers State is clearly a fight to protect people's personal interest. As you have recalled, this is the third time attempt to impeach the governor had come up. People should be asking why now. We thought that after Fubara was brought back, after the 6 months interregnum, that everything had returned to normalcy. People were just surprised that a new wave of crisis has erupted in Rivers State, leading to attempt to impeach the governor. We should blame all these things on the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, who had refused to let go. What is the problem, you may ask? The problem is because of the wealth of the state, which he himself has also alluded to when he said that people should look away from River State, that people were being attracted to River State because of the wealth of the state. And he himself also is holding on to the state because of the wealth of the state. When he was the governor, he saw enormous wealth that was coming into the coffers of the state on a monthly basis. And he was spending the money the way he liked. So when he sit back and he will say, I will not let go. And it was a very, and this is a very negative thing he's doing. He should allow the governor to do his job, to serve the people who elected him, in quotes. So the new wave of impeachment threat must have been engineered because Fubara decided to say, okay, since I've been pushed away from PDP, let me join APC. And instead of having peace, another wave of crisis has started. They wanted to impeach him. So where the question is, where do they want him to run to? Wike is occupying PDP and doesn't want to allow the party to move forward. And Fubara said, I'm not going to stay here. Let me join the party that is in government, the party that is calling the shot at the center, and for protection. And someone is saying now it was not good. It was not okay. We are not going to allow you to go over to APC. So can you imagine how unfortunate that situation is? So I think every person that is well-meaning, I'm happy that some elders have risen up to condemn what is going on, and they are already appealing for understanding. Just like the two lawmakers, whatever that must have prompted them to take that decision is commendable. So Amewele Martins and his co-travelers should know that Rivers State is not for them and for their families. Yeah. There are millions of people in Rivers State that want peace, and let them allow peace to reign in Rivers State.
Okay. Now, just like you said, this is being driven by the minister of the FCT, and then I want to ask Minister Wike is not the only minister in the cabinet of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, right? I think that cabinet is made up of almost 40 ministers, about 40 of them.
Over 30, 40, 41 even.
Oh, it's about 40 or that about. Yeah. It's one of the largest ever,
cabinet since
ever constituted since 1999.
Yeah.
So the question now is, why is Wike so powerful in this cabinet? Because that it seems that is more, even the way it goes about. It goes about in the convoy. It goes about in the escort. No other minister in this administration is able to do that. Not even, we saw during the last administration, there was a minister that was given a multiple portfolio, and that was Baba Babatunde Raji Fashola, a former governor of Lagos State, who combined a trip of
very important
key sectors of the economy. But Wike is just FCT minister, so that's to say that he's just overseeing the FCT, which is just a smaller place, so to say, compared to, let's take for instance, Fashola under the administration of former Buhari. But Wike wields so much power, and then you are wondering why is the president allowing him to wield so much power? Why is it that he seems to be given this special privilege to do whatever he likes to do, and nobody seems to be able to call him to order?
Thank you again, Joshua. If you look at Wike, you find that a lot of things make him look different. The way he talks, the way he behaves, but then you start to ask yourself, this is somebody who is from a different party, an opposition party, major opposition for that matter, and he wields too much enormous power, even
a different party,
a different party where he does not belong. Like we have rightly pointed out, he does a lot of things that are different from other ministers. Then, for us to understand what gives Wike that power, we have to look beyond some of these things. He doesn't belong to that the government in power, but he's serving in that government. And the portfolio he holds is one of the juiciest ministries in the country. Because FCT is almost an equivalent of a state. So he's still, that idea that he's no longer a governor has not gone out of him. Because he still controls a whole state, so to speak.
Have the capacity to foment trouble and to use all manner of anyhow to win an election. So it is possible that he just kept there for his nuisance value, and he's been tolerated for that. So the president also is not doing well, just like Roko has said. Because if a president of a country does not like someone causing so much pain on the people of his state, you have come out to address the country to say, I'm not in support of this man. So what does it take to say, Wike, if you continue like this, I will relieve you of your duty? And of course, you and I know that once Wike is relieved of his duty as FCT, this is power. Whatever he thinks of himself will have fallen face down. So I think I blame the president for having not come out, except like he has said, there are some sinister
we are not privy to.
We are not privy to that. It's really playing out, which is
all right. We'll go on a short break now. When we return, the program will continue. But these still reflections Nigeria, where we discuss issues around our country, and today we are focusing on Rivers State again. We have to again come talk about Rivers State because Rivers State has refused to be peaceful. I mean, compared to other states politically. So we're seeing a lot of instability in Rivers State, and so basically that's what we are discussing today. I'm going to ask you, Chuka. Okay, Zeb, I'm going to ask you this question. In the House of Assembly, in their move to impeach the governor, they listed what they call
impeachable offenses,
which they say is against the Constitution what the governor has done. And one of the things they talk about is the fact that the governor has refused to, subject his appointment to
screening,
which is constitutionally required by the legislature. Yes, they also talk about the fact that the governor has been spending public funds without getting approval, without appropriation, which the House of Assembly should actually be the body to, give sanction to that. They also talk about the fact that the governors refused to pay even the clerk of the clerk of the House of Assembly, and they also talk about the fact that autonomy of local government is not fully being implemented in the Rivers State by the governor. But one surprising thing that we're seeing here is that they also have include the deputy governor in this impeachment move, right? But people are really wondering, what the deputy governor doesn't have a role so to say. I mean, all of these things I've listed, let's assume that these things are actually true, right? So, but it is not the duty of the deputy governor to do these things. The deputy governor, if the governor says, look, take this, she will take, or do this, she will do. In fact, even the appointment in the office of the deputy governor must be approved by the governor, and that's why sometimes you hear special advisor in the office of special advisor to the governor, but in the office of the deputy governor. There's something at the federal level. You hear special advisor to the vice president, or the special advisor to the president, office of the deputy. So, meaning that these constitutional powers actually is vested in the governor, and it is the governor that exercises these powers, and then just carrying the deputy along. And so people are wondering why they target to also impeach the deputy governor. So
yeah, it's a joint ticket. I think they believe that the decision couldn't have come from the governor alone, or rather they want both of them out of office, so for them to achieve whatever motive they want to achieve. When Fubara was suspended, he was not suspended alone. He was suspended along with his deputy. So whatever that happens to him should as well happen to the deputy. And like I said, I blame the president for all this. Since Fubara was returned after the emergency rule, I thought that there had been a rapprochement, there had been an amicable settlement between Wike and Fubara. For us now to see what is happening, it means that there was still that background. There was no real settlement on the part of the president, because we saw both Wike and Fubara go out and come in from Asoro. We thought that everything had been settled, only for us now to see the eruption of a new phase of crisis spearheaded by the House of Assembly. When all of them came back after the 6-month emergency rule, we also thought that, yes, that this is going to be a brand new and a repented House of Assembly, only for them to resume their old selves, and nothing has changed. It means that there must be somebody who is playing the gong for them, the rhythm of which they are dancing to, and which is very unfortunate. So to answer your question, these people want Fubara and his deputy out. Whatever they want to achieve, maybe they want a person or another governor who is loyal to the governor, to the minister, to be sworn in instead. So I condemn what I think that is a failure on the part of the president to play his fatherly role, and to ensure that whatever peace that the people of Rivers need is given to them. It's too much. After 6 months of emergency rule, they are into this again. The president should do whatever he deems fit to do, whatever is needed as a father of the nation, to ensure that these things will be nipped in the bud.
All right, Chuka, I asked this question because this is not the first time we've seen a governor being impeached. We've seen impeachment of a governor in Anambra State, Peter Obi. We also saw the impeachment of was it Ladoja in the Oyo State, and others like that. They did not impeach the governor and the deputy at the same time. Actually, the impeachment was the governor, and then the deputy actually stepped in, which is constitutionally. Remember Etiaba in the case of Anambra State. So, and then the deputy stepped in at least to run the state until such a time that maybe Peter Obi went to court, and then he was able to reclaim his governorship. And then we also saw the same thing in the Oyo State, but. I'm asking this because constitutionally, if both the governor and the deputy are impeached, the next person to come in, at least temporarily, could be for 90 days or so to at least run the state is the speaker. So is this a case of someone trying to become the governor of Rivers State through the back door?
Joshua, I think some of the things we are discussing here are emphasizing the obvious. Because if an impeachment move is being made, the deputy governor agreed, they came on a joint ticket. That one is not contestable. But what we have seen over the years, like we listed, the governor goes, the deputy steps in. But in this case, it is orchestrated by somebody somewhere. And the aim is to get rid of everything that has to do with this power. And by hierarchy in governance, once you have the governor, this number 2 person is the deputy. And the next person is the speaker of the House of Assembly. And even constitutionally, once the seat of the governor or even the president is out, the senior president takes over. And once the governor is out, the speaker of the House takes over. So the aim is to get rid of Fubara and the deputy. And then somebody who is there for someone else.
Martins Amawule, who is loyal to the weaker system,
orchestrating what is happening there. So he tells you, Wike says that Obara came in through the window. I must break out through the window.
But he brought him in.
Then, that's what I just wanted to say. Self-indictment.
Yes.
But everybody knows that he was the one who brought him. And he's now telling the whole world that he came through the window and must get out through the window. Then he's always citing ingratitude. What is it that somebody has not done for someone else? That he himself has served 80 years as governor of Rivers State, yet he doesn't want to let go. The young man that you put there, you don't give him any peace of mind, because maybe he says no to one or two things he's demanding. So what we see that I just said, we're not saying what everybody knows and what everybody can think about Rivers State. It is the injustice of the worst order. But if actually, like my colleague said, the president meant well by reconciling these two people. Now, he knows how to clip the wings of Wike as a serving minister in his government. By the time he sends sends Wike away, and this is 10 warning, allow Rivers to be because of his people, not even because of you and them. For the sake of the people, you subjected these people to emergency rule for six months. Then on coming back just 2-3 months later, they are into another fracas. I even blame the Rivers people also for being gullible people, fickle-minded. Otherwise, why should anybody welcome a Wike to any gathering? And he comes there to grandstand and talk as if he's the god of that state. If every governor that has ruled that state continues to do like that, there will be no peace in that. He himself wouldn't even have become a governor. So I believe that the whole thing in Rivers is just out of place. Completely out of place.
Okay, quickly, Wike, has concluded his tour of local government. Okay, I mean, he was able to go around the 22 local government.
Okay,
he didn't go to one.
Maybe Fubara's,
yeah, that's Fubara's local government. And so, was it a case of him being afraid of meeting a clash? I don't know. What do you think? Or was it a case of just thinking that, oh, this local government where Fubara comes from is not important? Because we saw him going around, talking at this gathering, and then saying all of the things that he said, but he did not go to one local government. Is it that local government is not important, or is it that he just felt that, oh, maybe if he had gone there, there would have been some kind of resistance from the people of since Fubara is from there?
Yeah, it could be of all the things you have mentioned. He may be afraid. It could be as a result of why they don't matter. It could be as a result of why, since the man is from there, there's no point going there. They must have. There's nothing I would say there that will make any meaning. So he just decided to leave them. So, but the time he chose to do the thank you visits of all the local government was very, very suspicious. Why must he? Is he going to thank them on the basis of what? This is not the first time. He had left office for a long time, and he had been serving as minister for a long time. He had been visiting Rivers State for a long time. So why must he choose this period of crisis again to cause another round of bad blood in the state? So it was unmotivated. It has no reason whatsoever that is for the benefit of the people. It was just to fund the embers of acrimony that he has stoked in the state. And that is not a very good thing that a statesman of his type should be doing at this time. It is condemnable. Whoever that likes and loves Wike should really tell him to his face that what he's doing in Rivers State is not good. He should see himself as a kingmaker and continue to be a kingmaker instead of stoking problem and controversy all over the place. So that's an advice everybody should be giving to Wike at this time.
Fine.
Let
me ask you something together because we are running out of time. In the face of this, we've seen Governor Fubara, and especially at this time, since he returned from his emergency route at the president. Since he came back to office after the 6 months, we've seen him, quiet. He doesn't
stoke problems.
He's not making noise, so he just going. So I want to ask: is it a case of weakness, or is it a case of a man who just felt like, look, let there be peace? I don't know. Or is it a case, because some people have said, look, this guy is too quiet. It's too quiet. So look, I mean, if in Wike's time as governor of Rivers State, you dare not do what Wike is doing. Amechi couldn't do anything. There were times Amechi was even afraid to go to Rivers State. So this governor, people are saying that, look, you are too quiet. So what do you think? I mean, is it good for him politically, or do you think he should bubble up and then put up some form of resistance and to tell Wike, look, I'm the sitting governor?
You see, the present impeachment move clearly gives room for suspicion as to what transpired, or speculations as to what transpired between Wike, Fubara, and
the president.
Because people thought or interpreted Fubara's quietness, his silence to he's keeping to the terms
of agreement.
That if you talk too much, we'll remove you. If you act beyond bounds, we'll remove you. People thought he was just acting true to that agreement. But by the president move to impeach him, in spite of his silence, in spite of his inaction, in spite of his disposition to peace, means that maybe the agreement didn't even spell out anything as per, this is your boundary. This is what we should do, this is what we should not do. So for a lot of people, many onlookers, his inaction and in relation to what is happening now tells you that it's like the man is I would interpret him as a man of peace, okay, not weakness, because as governor of the state, he has all the powers to do one or two things. But the only thing that
especially now that is in the ruling party.
Yes, the man he's dealing with, they knew how he came in. They knew how that maybe he was not actually, he wouldn't have been governor it's ordinary, he wouldn't have been governor. So maybe himself is not trying to show, oh, I still differ to this man in spite of everything. Don't forget that Bara was just a civil servant. He was not even a core politician like that, but he was co-opted into government by the man who is now trying to push him out of the same government. So he's a combination of somebody trying to be grateful for what you did for me yesterday and not trying to rock the boat, because he knows that if he actually flares up like his godfather, they will throw River State into, he will go into flames, because he also has his own supporters who may be as violent as Wike's attack dogs. So for me, I don't think it's not a case of weakness. It's a case of an obedient servant trying to respect his master and all that.
All right. So
Fubara had also known where the power pendulum swings to. He knows that the president is also very close, or that Wike is very close to the president. So that moderates whatever behavior. If by not fighting anybody, they say go out of government for 6 months, so that the president is also capable of doing a lot of other things. So if he comes back now and begin to cause trouble or to speak the way he was speaking that time, at that time he was even calling everybody's name, and even the police boss. He was saying everybody should, anybody that comes to Rivers, he was breathing down on everybody. But now, after talking tough like that, and people were urging him on and say, go, nothing will happen to you, and something happened to him. So when he came back now, so he like his left, he knew that he's all alone in this wide world. So why would he be fighting again? And he knows that the president that sent him packing could also stay there. And don't forget, Wike also is very close to the mind of the president, and anything can happen. So he's really minding his business this time. He doesn't want people to push him.
All right.
So that.
And I think one other thing I think that is happening, where president is blamable for what is happening in Rivers is that Wike, as a serving minister, left his job
and be moving about.
Started touring the local government, 22. And the president didn't say, where is this my minister?
You are going on our wall.
The president himself is not in the country.
Yeah,
the president himself has been away.
Government was running.
Yeah.
He could call, because this is the only place where president can rule from any part of the world. So he could have as well said, this man, I don't trust you.
You have left your duty
post. But president didn't say anything. Up till now, he had not said anything. And the man has gone back to his job. So nobody knows what is happening.
All right, we are out of time. Okay, so I want to thank you, gentlemen, for very insightful discussion this afternoon. Thank you so much. This is where we will hang the curtain, draw the curtain rather, on the Reflections Nigeria until next week when we come again with another interesting topic. Please stay tuned and keep listening and then viewing Business Day Television.
This is the Midday Bulletin coming to you live from Business Day Television Studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, World Bank says Nigeria growth to hit 4.4% in 2026 to 2027. The Nigeria UAE scrap tariffs on over 13,000 rupees. Total Energies to sell its onshore Nigerian SPDC assets to new buyers. And federal road spending soars 489% to 3.23 trillion naira. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. The World Bank has retained Nigeria's economic growth forecast at 4.4% for 2027, signaling sustained optimism about the country's medium-term outlook despite lingering structural challenges. This is according to the World Bank's Global Economics Prospect report released in January 2026, which aligns with the projection earlier published in its Nigeria Development Update in October 2025. The Bretton Woods Institution also upgraded Nigeria's 2026 growth estimate to 4.4%, up from 3.7% forecast contained in its June 2025 Global Economic Prospect report, reflecting improving macroeconomic conditions. According to the report, this expansion will be driven primarily by sustained growth in the services sector, a rebound in agricultural production, and a modest acceleration in non-oil industrial activities. And moving on, the federal government has announced that Nigeria has eliminated tariffs on 6,243 products imported from the United Arab Emirates, while the UAE also removed tariffs on 7,315 products imported from Nigeria as part of a new trade pact aimed at expanding market access for Nigerian goods, businesses, and professionals. The Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment revealed this on Tuesday in a document on the Nigeria-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement signed in January 2026. According to the ministry, the agreement will expand market access opportunities for Nigerian products, businesses, and professionals into the UAE, while facilitating investment flows, marking a major step in Nigeria's non-oil export drive and economic diversification agenda. And still on, French major Total Energies has signed an agreement to sell its 10% non-operated stake in the Nigerian onshore oil asset SPDC, renamed as Rezaina's JV, to Varis after a failed sale last year to Mauritius-based Chapel Energies. According to reports, the deal includes stakes in 3 other licenses producing mainly gas for Nigeria LNG, in which Total will retain full economic interest. Company registrations show Varis Resource JV Co. Limited was incorporated in Nigeria on December 22nd, 2025, while Total offered no further information on the new buyer. Nigerian regulators blocked Total's initial $860 million deal with Chapel Energies for the SPDC stakes last year due to the buyer's inability to stum up the funds, dealing a blow to the French firm effort to sell off mature polluting assets and pay down debt. And coming up, federal road spending soars 489% to 3.23 trillion naira. This and more after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome back. This is still our media bulletin. Still on the Nigerian scene, the federal government has proposed spending 3.23 trillion naira on the construction and rehabilitation of federal roads in the 2026 budget, marking a sharp increase in capital allocation to the transport sector as it intensifies efforts to complete long-delayed highways and repair critical corridor nationwide. The proposed spending represents an increase of about 489% in 2 years compared to 548.56 billion naira allocated to road projects in the 2024 budget, highlighting a significant shift in fiscal priority towards road infrastructure. Budgetary documents further show that the Ministry of Works received 1.013 trillion naira for the construction and rehabilitation of 468 federal roads in the 2025 budget, up from the 2024 allocation. The proposed 2026 figure more than triples the 2025 provision, underscoring the government's renewed commitment to accelerate the delivery of inherited projects and flagship highway development nationwide. And away from that story, the Nigerian Exchange Limited extended its bullish run on Tuesday as sustained buying interest in key stocks lifted total market capitalization by 1.66 trillion naira, reinforcing positive investor sentiment in the equities market. At the close of trading, total market capitalization rose to 106.18 trillion naira from 104.52 trillion naira recorded in the previous session, while the all-share index advanced by 1.59% to settle at 1,605,837.33 points, compared with 163,244.69 points on Monday. Market activity showed mixed trends during the session, with a total of 1.13 billion shares valued at 33.54 billion naira traded in 49,181 deals, representing a 2% decline in trading volume and a 17% drop in the number of deals compared with the previous trading day. Turnover, however, improved significantly by 75%, reflecting increased participation in higher price stocks. And also, the federal government has tightened regulatory pressure on fuel suppliers and their wholesale customers in the downstream petroleum sector with the enforcement of the 0.5% levy on the wholesale price of petroleum products and natural gas. Under the new regulations as provided in the recent published Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Operation Regulation 2025, suppliers of petroleum products are mandated to collect and remit the levy at wholesale point, making compliance a condition tied directly to licensing and continued operation in the sector. Section 47 of the Petroleum Industry Act stipulates that the NMDPRA shall maintain a fund into which money accruing to the Commission shall be paid. While the NMDPRA says the traders should collect the levy and remit it into its account, the players reportedly asked the regulator to be the collector to avoid adding more burden to them. And so in the local news, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund has commenced a reconciliation exercise to resolve outstanding student upkeep payment amounting to 927.98 million naira, affecting 11,685 beneficiaries nationwide. Managing Director of NEL Fund, Akintunde Oluwole Sawyer, revealed this on Tuesday during a press conference in Abuja, where he provided an update on the performance of the student loan scheme, addressing concerns over delayed upkeep allowances. Sawyer explained that the outstanding payments were covered following a routine reconciliation conducted at the end of the 2024-2025 academic session. The MD clarified that the delays were not the result of withheld funds or policy failures, but were caused by technical and operational challenges, including temporary network downtime, failed transactions, and difficulties validating some students' bank account details.
Following the conclusion of the 2024-2025 academic session, our team has carried out a routine reconciliation of student upkeep payments. This process revealed that 11,685 students currently have outstanding upkeep payments, totaling 927.98 million. I'm going to repeat that number for you. We have done through our reconciliation that 11,685 students currently have outstanding upkeep payments, totaling 927.98 million Nigerian naira. Let me be very clear. These are not cases of withheld funds or policy failure. Rather, they are the result of technical and operational issues, including temporary network downtime, failed transactions, and instances where bank account details could not be validated at the time of processing. In line with the President's directive on accountability and efficiency in public service, management has approved a one-time focused reconciliation process to resolve all outstanding cases. This includes direct engagement with affected students, a defined grace period for updating or providing alternative bank account details, multi-layer validation involving client support, audit, and finance teams, and prompt payment once validation is completed. Our objective is straightforward. Every eligible student must receive what is due to them accurately and transparently, and without delay.
Coming up, U.S. to end deportation relief for Somalis in temporary protected status. This and more after the short break.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome back. Still on the news, we now head to Africa's scene, where the U.S. President Donald Trump's administration will end humanitarian protections, granting deportation relief and work permits to some 1,100 Somalis in the U.S., marking the latest restrictive move targeting Somali immigrants. Homeland Security Secretary Christine Noem revealed she would end temporary protected status for Somalis, arguing that conditions in Somalia had improved even as fighting continues between Somali armed forces and Al-Shabaab militants. Noem added that country conditions in Somalia have improved to the point that it no longer meets the law's requirement for temporary protected status, noting that allowing Somali nationals to remain temporarily in the United States is contrary to the national interest, as they put Americans first. With determination, the status will reportedly expire on March 17th, while a legal challenge is likely. And also, the South African rand was lifted by record high gold prices in early trade on Wednesday, while global markets continue to assess key U.S. inflation indicators, which could offer more clues on the Federal Reserve's interest rate trajectory. According to reports, the rand traded at 16.3525 against the dollar, up roughly 0.2% on Tuesday's close, while gold, a major South African export, climbed on Wednesday to a record, with silver breaching the $90 mark for the first time. The US dollar last traded flat against a basket of currencies as traders analyzed softer than expected US inflation readings, while awaiting core producer price index data for December due later in the day. And currency strategies at Treasury One, Andre Silas, says the Fed is widely expected to pause on any further interest rate hikes, despite pressure from Trump to lower rates. And on the foreign scene, China's trade surplus surged to a record of almost $1.2 trillion in 2025, as exports to other countries made up for slowing shipments to the US under President Donald Trump's onslaught of higher tariffs. According to reports, China's exports rose 5.5% for the whole of last year to 3.77 trillion naira, as Chinese automakers and other manufacturers expanded its market across the globe. Imports flatlined at $2.58 trillion, while the 2024 trade surplus was $992 billion. China's trade surplus surpassed the $1 trillion mark for the first time in November, when the trade surplus reached $1.08 trillion in the first 11 months of last year. And economists, however, expect exports will continue to support China's economy this year, despite trade friction and geopolitical tensions. And still on, the U.S. Justice Department asked the Federal Appeal Court to dismiss its appeal of a lower court order blocking President Donald Trump's administration from forming 20 Democratic-led states to cooperate with immigration enforcement to receive billions of dollars in transportation grant funding. In July, a U.S. judge in Rhode Island ruled the U.S. Department of Transportation lacked authority to require the state, to cooperate with U.S. immigration and custom enforcement to obtain transportation funding, and that the condition violated the U.S. Constitution. California Attorney General Rob Bonta, who led the legal challenge that also included the District of Columbia, says the Trump administration attempted to use vital transportation dollars as a bargaining chip for its political agenda, noting that California gets billions of dollars annually in federal transportation funding. We'll bring you the sport news after this break. Just stay with us.
Meet Monaco, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. We now head to the sports scene, where Super Eagles head coach Eric Chelle has warned his players to be wary of host Morocco ahead of Wednesday's 2025 Africa Cup of Nations semi-final showdown, describing the Atlas Lion as Nigeria's toughest test of the tournament so far. Speaking at a press conference on Tuesday, the Malian tactician, who has guided Nigeria to an impressive run at the AFCON 2025, stressed that the Super Eagles will approach the encounter with maximum seriousness. While expressing confidence in the squad's readiness, Chelle noted that he is open to adapting his tactics, including adopting a more defensive approach if required to secure a place in the final. Morocco head coach Walid also addressed the media, admitting the challenge ahead, but highlighting the significance of reaching the advanced stage of the competition. And to end the news, Chelsea boss Liam Rosenior has revealed that he intends to hold talks with Raheem Sterling and Axel Disasi over their futures at Stamford Bridge. The pair have been training away from the first team group after being deemed surplus to requirements by former manager Enzo Maresca. Sterling, who had an unsuccessful loan at Arsenal last season, still has 2 years to run on the £325,000 per week deal signed in 2022, whilst Disasi is under contract until 2029, spending the second half of last season on loan at Aston Villa. Reports reveal that Sterling was prioritizing a permanent move away from Chelsea this month amid interest from West Ham and Fulham, while Rosenior noted that he plans to fully evaluate the squad he inherited before potentially recruiting reinforcements. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day TV Media Bulletin. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
We're currently live here at the Balogun Market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some, is it government task force or what, that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It take a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. If somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we pay. Nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money. And some of us just paid. Some paid on November. Some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, that they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our allocation and all our documents to the representative at the State House that we are legal here, we are not illegal. We were moved to here since 1999 when they wanted to build the halfway land at William Street, and they give us allocation. In fact, we just renewed our allocation with the local government. They give us 15 years allocation about 2 months ago. So we submitted the copy of everything to their representative at the State House. But till today, which is on the 8th of January, we have not had any feedback from the governor and from the agency. So as you can see, they have demolished everything. They sell all our container as they are building. They are demolishing it. People that are buying it are here already. So they sell everything. We are not allowed to even take our container that we did by ourselves. They said they cannot release it to us. So since then they have been doing the fence. You can see the fence. These are the fence. They are still working. But as we have no option, because most of us here we are just hustling. So we have no option. We have nowhere to go. That is why we are still inside the sun. We are selling inside the sun. As they are doing the fence, we are still selling to manage ourselves. What we expect from the government is that they should reinstall us here. Let them go through the documents we submit to them. When they go through, they will see everything are genuine. We are taxpayers. We pay dues. We don't violate any rules. So you get, let the government have mercy and pity us. And even till now, as I'm talking to you, they have not given us any reason for the demolition. Till now, there's no reason for the demolition. The chairman of the Nigeria Legion, who is in charge of the car park, came and he was asking that where is the demolition order that you people bring. They did not provide anything.
We are not notified. They didn't notice us like they are coming, but they are just saying it's from the government. And I didn't even understand it. They just come just like that. Nobody noticed us of anything. They just come one of a sudden and destroy all our containers. And even most of my goods, everything we are damaged. At least now I'm losing a lot. If I should calculate what I'm losing, over 5 million naira. Yes, over 5 million naira. Nobody compensates us. Nobody compensates us. Please, I'm begging the government, they should look into this. This is Lagos Marina, beside UBA head office. We are facing a lot here. You can see them. Look at our goods here. Look at my market here. Look at it. It was damaged. Even my containers, I cannot even get access to the container myself. They just come and demolish everything and just pack everything. So we really lose a lot here. So I'm wishing maybe the government can look into this very well.
We are just here and we had information that before we know, they said we should start removing our things, we should pack our load. We were watching and waiting. It was a surprise because they didn't even give us notice. So unfortunately, we start packing our load. From there, they now come and demolish the shop. We pack our goods, but we could not able to take our container away. They asked us to leave the container. So we tried to remove some of our goods. By God's grace, we tried to take some of the goods, yes. Last week, we went to miss our Excellency Sanwo-Olu. So we explained things to him. And I told us that we should go back, that he's coming to come and see the situation. So we are still hoping, believing that everything will be okay by God's grace.
We have seen and we have heard, and from this report it is apparent that these traders have not gotten feedback from the government, neither do they exactly know what is happening. So we are standing in solidarity with the traders and with the people of this market, the Lagosians, and we want to know the reason for the demolishment. This is Amanda Emosigwe for Business Day Television.
Whether life in Nigeria becomes harder or easier as the year opens up, it all depends on perspective. However, one thing is for sure, Nigerians do not just want to merely survive. They are looking forward to progress and to make more changes in their life. And 2026 promises to be that defining year.
From Lagos to Lokoja, from Aba to Abuja, rising living costs, job pressure, and economic uncertainty continue to shape everyday life, even as expectations for improvement remain high.
With my own opinion, I don't think I'm expecting anything from the government because for the past 2 years now, since we voted this particular government in, I've not seen anything, sincerely speaking, I've not seen anything from this government. So all what I can say is that it's still the same thing. the same thing all years to years, back to back, promise and faith government. So to me, I'm not expecting anything this year from the government. We spend more on transportation because transportation took more of our salary than any other thing right here. So I will, to my own, I would like the government to look into that aspect, transporting, and secondly, housing, because an ordinary man cannot afford a house here in Lagos State. So the cost of housing is too much here.
What I'm expecting from the president that he should work on the bandits so as people will be able to so that people will be able to travel. Okay, let me say I'm a single mother also trying to survive. So government should just please, they should help us like we privileged that we don't have much. They should help the less privileged by putting that the price of goods that they should let it to be go down so that people will be able to afford to buy rice and some other things.
We expect a lot, but we are not going into it because it will take a lot of time. What we just want is that they've been trying their best, and though their best has not been enough to the minority, what we just want is that in terms of the tax and the accommodation aspect of it, the way the agents takes a lot of percentage from the tenants and all those things like that, is really appalling to most of us that we could not even afford. The house rent is not the issue, but the agents and some other parties like that are involved into it. These are one of the things that they should scrap, put the agent aside, because they are not the owner of the house like that. So I don't know.
While technology and entrepreneurship have expanded opportunity, inflation, unemployment, and currency pressures still stretch household incomes. Food prices remain high, transport costs are rising, and many families say survival has replaced stability.
Actually, I thank the Lord for last year. The Lord keep us alive. But this year, I want that it should be great than last year. The Lord should keep us alive, and I need the cash to sell my business. It's only transportation and fuel program. That is what the two things we needed. Transportation and the fuel.
Better thing for my life, for my children life, for my labor life, so for my friend. So I want better things. So I thank God that's happy. So make God do more better thing for my life and for my children life.
For millions, life feels faster, but not necessarily better.
We need more road, we need water, we need houses. The poor are crying, although food are coming down, but we still need them to do more to progress, to make Nigeria to improve.
Across Nigeria, the priorities are consistent: lower and fuel prices, stable electricity, job creation, improved healthcare and education, better security, and stronger leadership accountability. The public mood reflects frustration, but also determination. Nigerians say the rest of 2026 must bring measurable progress, an economy that rewards work, protects the vulnerable, and restores confidence in governments. They want opportunity to replace uncertainty and hope to replace fear.
2025 was a little bit stressful, but we thank God we managed to cross over to the new year. It was a year that is characterized with a lot of up and down, like so many things. But in all this, we give thanks to God. We make some profit as well as some losses too. This tax reform of a thing, it weighs me down as a business person because I do a lot of transaction a day. So if you calculate the amount of taxes that will be removed from all the charges I made, sometimes I become weary. Yeah, we don't know how to do it, but we are praying that things will move forward. We are praying that maybe this tax they are collecting, sometimes we are praying that maybe they will use it for the benefit of the citizen. Our complaint mostly is because they are deducting this tax from our money every day and each transaction, but we are not seeing what the tax is doing or what the benefit of the tax on the citizen. And that is why we are furious about the tax. It's not the tax. It is good to pay the tax. The tax is good, but if we can be able to trace what the tax is doing, no one will be complaining. We like the tax. It can help the economy to grow. It can help the individual or the business as well. But let the task be going where it's supposed to go and be doing what is supposed to be done. You understand? We are praying that this year, our business this year will yield a lot of profits so that we cannot be complaining of paying the tax, paying doing this, because the economy right now is not favorable. They say it's not favorable, but we are praying and hoping for the betterment of each and every one of us in this country. We want this year, 2026, to be better than 2025.
Some say life is harder now than it was 5 years ago, despite technological advances. Others remain hopeful, believing Nigeria can still turn a corner if reforms continue. Norma Ubwena, reporting for Business Day Television.
These my dance make it hurt.
Knock knock, who's there? One who?
1 million with the sec cow.
It's 2026 and I thought to myself, as a professional foodie, what better way to start market pulse than to go into the food market industry? I mean, December just ended, the oblate season just ended, so let's actually find out the prices of items now in January. Come along with us. On this episode of Market Pulse, we decided to make our stop at Idumota Food Market, one of the oldest and one of the largest markets located in the heart of Lagos Island.
I've been in this for over, let me say, less than 30 years.
And she don't tell, maybe 15 years or 17 years.
A year plus. I'm past 40 years in this business. Let's say about 10 years now.
This is Market Pulse. We came for the food industry's pulse and left with 2 full plates.
This very complex that we are in now. I used to cook for someone that was upstairs, but now she and the family, they have relocated to Canada. That is why people that selling here allow me to be here, because the caretaker was like, it's not allowed. So they pleaded with the man that I was one that used to cook for them before the owner of the shop closed and they relocate. They should please allow me to stay here. So since then I've been managing. It's not that I cannot cook, I can cook. But the only thing is that some people, they like my food. People like my food, but when they buy to collect the money, that's the problem I'm having. They buy it very well. I say my food, but to collect money to meet up to the next day, that's a problem. You know, as a business woman, it's not good for me to finish cooking after I sold the food. I cannot see capital. I cannot see gain. So it's affecting me seriously. And as I'm here now selling, because rain is beating me here, sun is beating me. Some of them say they don't compensate me, they don't care. They will after even that during that heavy rainfall, they will know that this rain is beat me. I'll be crossing, putting my leg inside all this dirty water. At the end of the day, they will not pity me. They will not still owe me money. It's people that from outside that used to come and buy AC here or compressor, they will compensate me that this woman you are trying, it's not easy, take your money. Sometimes they will give me over, say our auntie or brother, he gave me over money, they say no problem, you can use that one to do something.
This is what my mother is doing for a living. The guinea fowl is not on a stable price due to the constancies of bringing it. It's something coming from north. So you know, when this issue of Boko Haram comes up, all the northerns have been destroyed. So that is how guinea fowl started scarcing. Alhamdulillah, we are thanking God on it. It's going gradually. At least we feed our home from it. Formerly, at least in a day, I do sell like up to 50. But now, we hardly sell 20, 15. They can help us during the fuel issue. If the fuel is down, at least let our own Nigerian currency to be appreciated. Then our business will be pulled up.
They sell fish. It's ejakika panla fish. Then they buy fresh one, then they dry them, bring come market, they sell them. Then they bring and come this jara. Then market here, they say na market then cost, then they put money small. Every food dem good for indomie, spaghetti, concoction, amni, ekro, ogbono soup. Dem dey buy am very well.
Ororo and rice. We sell groundnut oil in December. Some are 6,000, while some are 4,500.
When we are selling on December, it's too expensive. But this now, it never come down. We still dey manage am small small. Make government help us. Any power we can take first. Because of our meat, it's too much expensive. I know people no dey buy as we dey buy. From people come to buy everywhere with our customer side, somewhere dem come. But when we are enter January now, dry season is coming. Never see anybody to come. But we take am small small. There is no time of the market meat. But if the say market pick up now, meat go pick up, everything go pick up. But the cost me too much.
It's some weeks after the festive season. What does the food market say? Have the prices reduced or do they remain constant? And more importantly, why the increase?
Because of Christmas and New Year celebrations, people may buy some foodstuff to their house, and some are giving out goods to people to celebrate Christmas in their house. That's why we have to add money.
To answer your heart's desires, follow us on this journey as we keep you updated on the current prices of some of the perishable items.
The time of this December, it cost, but now it don't come down. 16,000 for basket, but now it don't come down, like 12,000, 14. Basket of pepper now, small one, 4, 5.
Towards December was 12,000. As of now, we give 12, 11. By then was 9,000, 10,000.
Then they buy 49, 48, 50,000. Now the money when they buy them now 50,000, 52,000, 54. December 48, 47. Now so then they sell them. 2 years ago, they buy them 30,000, 32,000. 2 years ago, but now they buy them 48, 50, and they sell them 2,500, 2,000, 1500, 1,000.
During December, we sell rice of 80,000 per bag, 75, 76. During December, one semu per one is 16. Now we still 16, but let's say maybe next week the price is going to reduce. When we're doing Christmas, sell sugar per bag 16,000, but now the price have come down 15,500. Spaghetti during December per bag is 19,500, but now it's already 19,000. The kingdom is still the same price, 9,500. It does not reduce. Macaroni per carton 19,500 also, but now it has reduced to 19.
They are selling it before like 50. They buy one big of cow shaki. They buy 35, 45 before. Nowadays, they buy one of cow 90,000, 120, 100. As they said before, we no sell am like that before again, because they take as before they said this one 2,015 naira, but now we are selling it 3,000, 5,000, 4,000. That's why the price wey we buy, we see our market, the money from there. If one buy each of this one is 3,000 now. Small meat now we buy 5,000. 3,000 small meat. Full cow now she's not be 800,000, 8 million pass 1 million with the same cow. As Tinubu dey enter, is too much. Too cost too much. Too much. Before we are buying cow of meat 700, 500 for cow, and we still sell it better. But now it's too much. No be small money we dey take buy cow.
I started this business with 25,000. I will not tell her it has been helping me, because it's from here my children feed. It's from here I also feed. It's from here we buy washing soap, buying water, because the compound I live, they don't have water. They are buy water every 2 days from the mala. So I know how much I spend in a month. From here now, I avoid at least wears for my children in underwear. I use it to buy the pad for my daughter. If they need bedroom slippers, I solve it. They need soap for washing clothes, bathing, I use it to solve them. Prepared when it's reached my turn to recharge, because me and one person is sharing, I use it to solve the problem. Now everything is very, very expensive. Even why I'm still selling now, because I don't have shop. I didn't be a have shop. A plate of food now be some are selling because of the environment to 2.5. But all the people that live in this Victoria land, when some of them when they come and used to tell me that this place is cheap, but over there is 5,000. So my neighbor used to tell them that if I should place it 5,000, who is going to buy? Even some people themselves, they cannot avoid the 1,000. Sometimes the woman will sell the food so that we not carry it to go home. At the end of the day, she will not even collect the money. Let's say if someone that want to start this business now, let's say the person can hold 100,000 naira. Because if you should go to market now, carry this backo bag, you tell somebody it's 100,000 market, they will not believe you. Because meat, everything is that very, very expensive. And now we are filling gas now. Some are filling 2,000 per kg, some are filling 1,008. Before it was like 350, something like that, or 500. But now it's a rent of 2,018. So from there now, that's why even I'm even adding something. Like if they say okay, they cannot buy 1, 2. Okay, I will say okay, come. I know how to measure it. I will say for them for 1,000. But if those business people that used to come and say 1,500, they don't mind. They'll buy it. Even leave the change for me. That is it. And the environment matters a lot. It's not a matter of you're having shop. If you rent shop, are they coming to buy that food? How are you going to be able to pay the shop rent? That is what matters. Even I thank God for my own, because at the end of the day, I say finish, despite that I don't see the cash immediately. But some people that have the shop, they used to tell me that when they could finish, they will now frozen it for the following day so they can warm it. At the end of the day, they'll be looking for money to pay for shop rent. I don't buy that kind of idea.
In a shocking twist, some sellers are not affected by the economy.
No, but it's affecting some people, but me, it's not affecting.
Who would imagine? The reduction in prices is not so noticeable, but according to reports, there will be a gradual reduction. The food market industry is definitely one of the hotspots to observe, with fluctuating prices and seemingly promising reduction.
My darling sister, you not reduce anything. Okay, if you reduce, what about gas? Okay, let's say garina have reduced small. But what about meat in the market? What about fish? What about crayfish? Palm oil? It's only Gary that I can know that they have removed something, but not too much. But to go for meat, those ones that are very, very high. They are expensive. Fish is not go area. I'm telling you, those that doing cooking business, fish are very, very expensive. Because if someone like me should start cooking fish in this environment, they will not buy it because they cannot avoid the money. Where it will be easy for those that have a shop, or these big shop, they have no their name. But if you talk of all this local place, they cannot be able to avoid it. Because I could remember one day, this boy he said he came from Ibadan or something like that. He was like, he's waiting for me to come and save food for me. I said, okay, I'm coming. Before night, he was like, I want to buy about 200 naira. I said, sorry, is it with soup? I said, no, you cannot get it like that. You know that kind of a thing. I used to do this ajo, at least every day 500 naira. But by the time it will close to the month for me to collect it, it may happen, my phone will ring. My neighbor will be like, it's your turn to recharge prepaid though. You know that I have no choice. I will divide it, recharge, prepaid. Other things will come up. Because sometimes it's not all the time my children will be eating swallow because I'm selling swallow. They will tell me that, mommy, we are not eating swallow today. Let us switch to something else. I have no choice. I will give it to them. They will buy it. And you notice are very, very high this time around. Like if you children want to have breakfast, two of them at least 3,500 or 3,000 just to manage it all. But if they want to eat to their satisfaction, 5,000 will be spent. But I don't allow them to eat like that because I know how I'm getting the income. When somebody have responsibility, I don't mean the responsibility of house rent or school fees. But when you have children that you are feeding, you know that you are spending. If you have children, like they say, I want to barb my hair, I want to make my hair, I want to buy slippers. You cannot count it. And they cannot be recording it so that you now affect the brain. Do you understand? They will go to church, from here transportation, offering money, from here tithes, offering money. You know, that kind of a thing. If you start joining this thing down, my dear, someone will be having mental problem, but that will not be my portion.
And that is it on this episode of Market Pulse, where we explore the food industry. I am Amanda Emosigbe for Business Day Television, and remember, I went through the depths to get you prices from the food industry.
Information is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday
on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program.
Sex is one of the most talked about topics, or rather seemingly taboo topics in the world, yet also one of the most misunderstood. A core component of overall well-being, yet it remains surrounded by widespread myths and misinformation. Noticing our society today, from pleasure to protection, many of what we know about sex are shaped by myths, silence, and misinformation. Today, we're separating fact from fiction as we examine the truths behind sexual pleasure, sexual health, and sexual responsibility that comes from informed choices. Welcome to Health Matters, your #1 guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Imosibue. According to study report, it shows that while most adolescents have heard or read about sex education, only about 4.6% indicated that they had good understanding of its definition and implications. Another study in Enugu campus area revealed that only 38% of students have good knowledge despite having a good attitude towards the subject. Now, one review noted unintended pregnancies in unmarried and adolescents between 23.4% and 92.7%. Another, a 53.8% high rate of unsafe abortions. And then we see students' population where STI prevalence has been reported to be around 22% with poor knowledge about prevention. Joining us to unpack this is Elizabeth Adewale. She's a certified holistic sex educator. Thank you for joining us, Elizabeth.
Thank you for having me. I'm so happy to be here today.
All right, I'm excited as you are. So let's delve into this. But before we go deeper, in your opinion as a certified sex educator, at what age do you think children and teenagers should be exposed to, sex education, sex health, and anatomy?
Okay, so I think as early as age 2, age 3, age 4, yes, because sex education is age appropriate, and from a very young age, you should be teaching your kids how to name their body parts correctly. You should be teaching them about their body anatomy. You should be teaching them about how to recognize safe versus unsafe touch, how to have boundaries, how to communicate their boundaries. So as early as age 2, as long as your child can walk and can, say some words, you should start teaching them about their bodies, and it should be age appropriate as well. So as early as age 2, age 3, age 4, they should be exposed to age appropriate sex education.
Okay, that is such a brilliant take from you. A lot of the things we know about sex are from hearsay due to the fact that sex, if you agree with me, has become a taboo topic. You can't randomly talk about it in most African households. You can't talk about it in the society because you're going to be perceived in a certain way. So, what are the most common myths that people believe about sex, and how do these myths affect their health?
Okay, so I think a very common myth about sex that most of us can relate or most of us are familiar with is that sex is dirty, it is shameful, it is harmful, it is dangerous, or it is immoral. Now, this myth creates a culture of silence and shame around sex. So people are afraid to ask questions because they don't want to be judged or they don't want to be seen as immoral. People are afraid to seek health care even when they have serious concerns. People make wrong decisions because they don't have access to the right information. Some other very common myths that I hear so often is that the pull-out method can prevent pregnancy or STIs, or that using condom makes sex less enjoyable, or that you can tell somebody has an STI just by looking at them. So when somebody looks clean and fine, they don't have an infection or they don't have an STI. I hear some other ones like having sex while standing up can prevent pregnancy because the sperm will not be able to swim upwards. All of these myths and so many more, they lead to wrong decision making because people don't know the right information, so they make the wrong decisions, and the consequence is evidence. Like you said, we have increased rate of STIs, unplanned pregnancies, unsafe abortions, and people that are generally shameful about their bodies and desires. Yeah.
Because it's such a passionate topic. When I thought about this, I saw how the society seemed and how it's a taboo topic. And as people interested in health, we shouldn't be ashamed to talk about some certain things. So why there's a myth, that sexual health, we're just talking about disease, we're talking about pregnancy prevention. So first of all, that is that myth, and we want you to debunk it. And then secondly, how does pleasure fit into medical definitions of health?
Okay, so thank you for that question. So according to WHO, sexual health is a state of physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being with regards to your sexuality and not merely the absence of disease. So pleasure is an integral and a fundamental part of sexual health. In fact, pleasure is the key motivation for sexual activity because let's be honest, most people are not engaging in sexual activity because they want to have babies. Most of them are doing it for pleasure, for intimacy and bonding. But then when we remove pleasure from sexual health conversations, we reduce sex to just risk, danger, prevention, STI, contraception. And while all of those things are important, they just further contribute to the culture of shame and stigma and fear around sex. So yes, pleasure is integral. And I think the reason why pleasure is often excluded is because, in our, due to cultural, moral, and religious reasons, people assume that pleasure means, pleasure is immoral, or it is sinful, or it is, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, there's so much taboo about pleasure as a topic under sexual health. But pleasure, according to WHO, is an integral part of sexual health. You cannot have sexual health without talking about pleasure.
In clinical terms, now, you're certified, you have an MSc in public health. So in clinical terms, how is sexual pleasure connected to your overall physical, psychological, and relational well-being?
Okay, so there's enough research to show that people that engage or people that enjoy sexual pleasure or people that have healthy sex lives, they have a better quality of life. And I'll tell you why. According to research, sexual pleasure can, boost your mood through the release of dopamine, oxytocin. It can also lower your blood pressure, and it can lower your blood pressure and reduce your risk of heart attack because, sexual pleasure kind of increases blood flow throughout the body, and this can contribute to your heart health or cardiovascular function. Sexual pleasure as well can boost your confidence. It can boost your self-esteem. It can, increase your relationship quality. It can also increase your productivity at work. There's enough research to back that people that engage in sexual pleasure, they are more likely to be creative and productive and happy at work. And also, sexual pleasure can boost your immune system through the release of antibodies like immunoglobulin. So basically, sexual pleasure, it cuts across the physical benefits, there's psychological benefits, there's relational benefits. It is all encompassing. So yes, people that have healthy sex life, people that engage in sexual pleasure, they have better quality of life generally. They even tend to live longer than most. So that's what research shows. Yes.
Okay, so from a health perspective, what role we've heard about self-pleasure, and we're trying to separate it from the religious perspective. So do I say religion aside? We're solely looking at a health perspective. So what role does self-pleasure play in your health, body awareness, and sexual development?
Yes, I like that we're having this conversation. So, sexual pleasure is a normal, it's a healthy, and it's an important part of sexual development, whether we like it or not. And I encourage self pleasure a lot because it can help you understand your body. It can help you understand how your body functions. It can help you, know what turns you on, what works for you. It can even relieve stress, relieve tension, and it is a very safe form of sex because when you engage in self pleasure, you don't have to worry about STIs or pregnancy prevention or whatnot. So, self pleasure is healthy, is good as long as it is done with the right intention and in moderation. Yes.
In the key word is right intention and moderation. Yeah, so is there clinical evidence that understanding one's own sexual responses through self-exploration supports healthier partnered sexual experiences?
Yes, yes, yes. So according to research, people that engage in self-pleasure or solo play, they communicate better during sex. They have a higher level of sexual confidence because they are very familiar with their bodies, and they are more likely to experience orgasms and pleasure compared to those that don't engage in self-pleasure. So it's just like solo play and partner play. Solo play is the one you do with yourself. Partner play is the one you do with somebody, right? So if you are good at solo play, if you engage in solo play, you're more likely to have a better partnered experience. So yes, there's evidence to show that people that engage in self-pleasure or solo play, they have better experiences with their partners.
Okay. So it's commonly said that sex is solely for procreation. What does science and medicine say about that? And how often, this is very key, how often is one advised to have sex?
Okay, so yes, most people believe that sex is just for procreation and for making babies, and it is due to cultural and religious reasons. But biologically, humans, we are one of the very few species that are wired to have sex for pleasure, for intimacy and bonding. And all of this is reinforced through the release of hormones like dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins. These hormones are bonding hormones, and I believe that they are there for a reason other than procreation or for making babies. And for the second question, frequency of sexual activity, there's no fixed rule that, oh, you should have sex this amount of time. Although research says that 2 to 3 times a week is ideal for most people, is ideal for most couples. Although some people can do more than that, some people can do less than that. The most important thing is that you are having sex that fits your lifestyle, that fits your desire, and you understand mutual consent as well. So there's no fixed principle or fixed number of times you should be having sex. Just make sure that you are making that decision, a decision that fits your lifestyle, that fits your health, that satisfies your desires. So that's just the most important thing.
Of sexual health, and we're also talking about responsibility, pleasure, health, responsibility. So from a health perspective now, what does responsible sexual behavior really mean?
Okay, so responsible sexual behavior means, number one, you understand consent, right? You understand that no is no, and you're able to communicate your boundaries as well as respect other people's boundaries. That is the basis and the foundation of a responsible sexual behavior. The second thing is that you are using protection, right? You're practicing safe sex, you are getting tested, you're not engaging in risky sexual behaviors, you are not engaging in sex under the influence of substance like drugs or alcohol. And also, it also means that you respect, like I said, you respect other people's boundaries, and also you are making decisions, sexual decisions that aligns with your well-being and your values, whatever those, whether they're personal values, religious values, cultural values. You are making a decision, you are engaging in sexual behaviors that align with those values. And also, you don't police other people's sexuality. It's also part of being responsible sexually. And also, you're making decisions free of shame, fear, or stigma. So that is what it means to, to be a responsible, to engage in responsible sexual behaviors, or to, make that's what it means to have to be responsible sexually. Yes.
As a society, what misinformation have we adopted that has distracted us from the fact that facts about sexually transmitted infections?
Okay, good. So there's a common misinformation I hear so often is that about STIs or sexually transmitted infection is that only promiscuous people or people that sleep around get or contract STIs. So this there's the idea that if people that sleep around get STIs, it's just me and my partner, I don't have to worry about that. But the truth is STIs can be transmitted from one sexual encounter, from just even one person. From your first sexual encounter, you can contract an STI, and then this stigma makes it difficult difficult for people to even get tested because they are scared that people are going to judge me that I'm sleeping around. It makes it difficult for people to get tested. It makes it difficult for people to seek early treatment. So when they even start having symptoms, they don't want to go to the hospital because they are scared that they'll be judged. People are going to assume that they must have slept with the whole world, and that's why they have these symptoms, or they're experiencing these symptoms. And another thing that, but the sad part is that this misinformation keeps STIs and infections, the rate is still increasing because people, because of that stigma that is only promiscuous people that contract STIs. And unfortunately, most STIs don't have symptoms. And even when they don't have symptoms, you can still transmit it to other people. And STIs that go untreated for so long can cause infertility and major long-term complications. So yeah, that is a very common misinformation I hear so much, that, oh, if only people that sleep around get STIs, only people that are promiscuous get STIs, and it is very, very far from the truth.
Something about some STIs causing infertility. My mind really can't pinpoint some of them at the moment. So can you help me out with some of these STIs that cause infertility?
Okay, so gonorrhea, chlamydia, syphilis, those are the gonorrhea and chlamydia. They are the major STIs that can cause infertility, because they can cause pelvic inflammatory diseases, and that can lead to fertility complications. So those are the two major STIs that contribute to long-term infertility, and yes, infertility, chlamydia, gonorrhea. Those are the major STIs that contribute to that.
That knowledge. For a society that sees this sex education, sex as a taboo topic, how do you think it has affected individuals' mental health and decision making? And what should be done moving on? What better things should be done moving forward?
Okay, so yes, like you rightfully said, sex is seen as a taboo, especially in this part of the world. And there's this culture of silence, stigma, and shame when it comes to sex. People don't want to talk about it, or when they talk about it, they're hush about it. And this kind of forces people, because people are going to learn about sex one way or the other. So this silence and shame around sex forces people to learn about sex from social media, from peers, from even porn. And these sources are not always accurate. So when people get their sex education from these sources, they tend to make wrong decisions that can have consequences on their lives and futures. And also, I think that it can also affect people's mental health, because when you have questions about your body, about your desires, you don't have anybody to ask. You cannot ask anybody because you're scared that they will judge you, or they will think you are immoral. So all of that can affect individuals' mental health. I think the solution to this would be that we should normalize conversations about sex, right? We should have conversations like this so often. And I also believe that we should create safe spaces for these conversations to happen. And I strongly believe that our religious leaders, community leaders, parents, even school and educational systems should also be involved in these conversations in their own capacity. And also, I also strongly believe that health providers, health educators should be trained to see sexual health as a topic, not as a moral one. Because when most people talk about sex, or they are giving sex education, they come from a moral angle, and that does more harm than good. There's enough research to even show that abstinence-only sex education does more harm than good. So yes, I believe that they should be trained to see sexual health as a public health topic, not as a moral one. I think that is the way forward, and that's the way to go. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Elizabeth Adewale. This is such an interesting topic, and you have broadened our perspectives. Thank you for giving us the education that a lot of us were not really aware that we needed. Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Truly, when it comes to sex, knowledge isn't just power. Knowledge is protection. And before we wrap up today, remember that if you have questions on today's topic or previous topics, then send an email to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. I'll take it again, healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. I am Amanda Imosibue saying stay enlightened, stay protected, stay safe, and keep watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to another episode of Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we highlight the stories of established young Nigerian founders, CEOs, businessmen, and women. Here, we look into the unfiltered lives of young Nigerian entrepreneurs who run businesses in Nigeria, and also to educate their peers on how businesses are built and run through their unique stories. I'm your host, Norma Obona, and my guest today is the phenomenal Ugonna. Ugonna Eronini is the founder and creative director at Ulaku Finds, an eco-design brand established in 2022 that collaborates with artisans and local craftspeople to create and curate object-to-art and home decor items using ethical sourced raw materials with ceramics and woven textiles as their primary products. With a keen interest in design and media, she describes herself as a multi-hyphenate who enjoys building and leveraging opportunities in the circular economy by utilizing the tools of design, technology, art, and new media to strive for a sustainable future and make a positive impact. She holds a bachelor's degree in information management technology and has built her career by crafting compelling narratives as a content marketer and brand consultant. Her long-term goal is to build community-oriented, inclusive, and ethical businesses that provide environmentally conscious products and services to help people live with intentionality. She enjoys traveling, watching movies, and making pop culture references. She also loves reading African fiction, watching films, and spending time with family and friends. Welcome once again, the phenomenal Ugonna. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Noma. Happy to be here.
Oh, we are so glad to have you, but let's jump right into this conversation. So I'd like to know, where was the first place that you were at when you felt the spark to start this business?
No one on this platform has probably heard this story, but it was in 2021. I was in Kigali in Rwanda on vacation. I had just finished my NYC and I just saved up money. I was like, I want to travel and I don't mind solo traveling. So I went on a solo trip vacation store just right beside the hotel that I was staying at, and they sold like arts and crafts pieces, just stuff curated from different parts of Africa. So I was seeing stuff from like blankets from Morocco, art pieces from Kenya, baskets from Senegal and Ghana. And interestingly, I did not see anything from Nigeria, and that is not to say that we do not have like stuff, right? But it was just so weird because I'm like, Nigeria is like the biggest country like in the continent, right? And we have lots of stuff. Like, we have lots of sculptures, art pieces, but I did not see anything there. I also went to the art market because whenever I travel to any place, I like to immerse myself in like the culture. I like to act like a local. Like I want to really get a feel of
you're one of those people that travel like this.
I'll do everything. I just want to feel like one of the other people, not really like vacationing mood. Yeah, that was pretty much where I was, and I remember it just lingered in my mind. I was like, oh my god, I know I've always wanted to do something in arts and crafts, but I just didn't know how to start, right? But yeah, that's pretty much the story of how I got the inspiration.
Wow. So what inspired the name? Because it's not like like say it's kind of African, and I know the meaning, but I don't want to spoil it for those that are listening to us. So how did you get the inspiration to give your business that name?
Okay, I can say the name, right?
Yes, you can. Okay. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
So the name of my business is Ulaku Finds. You can also pronounce it as Ulaku. So it's basically Ulaku, Ulaku. But I took out the O so that it can be pronounced Ulaku because I feel like it's more catchy. So that's pretty much it. So Ulaku is an Igbo word. It means wealthy home, basically like a bank. So Ulo is like home, Ako is like wealth. So I was thinking of something. I still have the notes on my phone where I was, you know how you have an idea and it's just like in your mind, you really want to execute it. And I feel like, again, once you have an idea, or like once God puts an idea in your mind or something, you just feel restless until you start executing. And that's how I felt. I came back from the trip, I was so restless. And then one night I was up awake thinking, what should I do with this business? What product should I sell? Should I make? Should I curate? And then on my notes, the name just came to me. Olako. I literally wrote it. The name is Olako. Like I remember it was like 3 a.m.
Wow.
Like 21st of December 2021. And yeah, so Olako, I was like, this is ideal. I wanted because it's going to beyond like the fact that we create our products, it's also like it's a curated collection. So I knew that I wanted it to end with like finds. You're finding something new, you're finding something interesting, you're finding yourself through our pieces. But yeah, Olako means wealthy home in Igbo. Who I just took out the O and it's Olako Finds. Yeah.
You said you got the thoughts by 3 a.m. Now I'm really sitting down here and wondering, what are my 3 a.m. thoughts?
Listen, I'm not trying to act like, oh my god, every night I'm thinking about something deep. Usually I'm a night. I would say I'm a night crawler. I feel like most people. I don't think it's like I'm unique or anything. Other people tend to have clearer thoughts at night, and I'm one of those people that execute better at night. Like I can go on the day. Like for me, I usually say that my best times. I'm not a morning person, but after 12, I can't really work. I don't like when I can't. My brain just for some reason shuts down. But then towards the night time, 12, 1 a.m., I usually work best. With that idea, I was very, very restless. So it's not like, oh my God, I was just like, it was restless. But it doesn't happen all the time. Other times, listen, 3 a.m., watching a movie or I'm just doing something different. Yeah.
Okay, so outside of the boardroom, because I see that your business is very intentional about resting. So outside of the boardroom, business, you're drawing plans, you're having meetings. How do you reset and recharge yourself to show up?
I've never thought of that in a deep way. So I try to make my work fun, because when I started my business, I had a 9 to 5. I had a 9 to 5 for like a whole year whilst I still had my business, but I still made out time for it because I enjoyed what I was doing. So for instance, like I would, go to work, at like 9, return by like maybe 4 p.m. And whilst I'm there, I'm at work, maybe during my break time, I create content, I post on the socials, and then when I return, I create content if it's still bright, or I use like lights. During the weekends, I create content, I post, I take out orders before I go to work or before I return, stuff like that. But I'd say that I'd like to, because I enjoy doing it, it's creative, it's interesting to me. It doesn't feel so much like work, but that's just to say that this is not work. But I would say that honestly, I just try to, I don't want it to feel like this huge thing that I'm doing. Oh my God, I'm doing work. It's just, at this point, it's a part of my life. I keep telling people that I eat, breathe, Olaku finds, and I don't believe it. It's a part of my life. Every time I'm thinking about what next to do, what new product, what can I improve on, how can I expand, so it's just, I just try to make it fun for myself. So I think regular stuff, I try to fill my mind as well. I don't, because when you're empty, you can barely create. So as much as possible, I like to, things I like to do, podcasts. I like to listen to like helpful podcasts, even like fun podcasts, so that my mind can just like ease up. I like to watch videos of interiors, Bali Homes particularly is one of my favorite YouTube channels. Architectural Digest, just to see, like, put my head in a different world and transport myself to a different space. I like to read travel websites and magazines, Culture Trip and all of that. Obviously, I like to watch movies. I'm such a film nerd in a way.
What's your favorite movie at the moment?
That's tough. So at the overall, Insecure is my favorite show. I started rewatching it recently with my friend, and I'm watching her go through like 10 different emotions, and she's just like, oh my gosh, she's laughing. I'm just like, I felt that. I recently watched Conclave. It's like about the papacy, like they're trying to choose a new priest, a new pope, basically. It was excellent, fantastic stuff. Really enjoyed it. 10 out of 10.
I should check that out. I'm not really a movie person. I prefer books or watch TV, because we watch the news. So most of the time, while I'm trying to like be immersed in the news and get like the next thing to air, I just forget to relax. But I should get notes from you and start doing that.
What I would recommend, you should get a coloring book. So there's some things that I just do that are so random that builds up like my childish interest once again. So I have coloring books. I also have like regular sketchbooks. Sometimes I'm not sketching because of work or anything. I'm just drawing anything that comes to mind, practicing how to draw furniture better. So coloring book really eases my mind. I have like this bubble, I don't know, this in the kids.
Yeah,
I just play around with myself.
I don't know if you've seen that this particular video going on. Like people are like, I can't smoke, so they take their bubble and
exactly. When you don't drink, we are going to that's me. So I'm like, I just find random things.
Wow. So you are a very childlike person.
Yeah,
I see that come out in your art as well.
Yeah, I try.
Okay, so I want us to let's get back into this conversation. I feel like we are derailing a little bit. So apart from wins, we see like a lot of people post, we are able to get these numbers, we are selling, What is the part of entrepreneurship that really, like say, made your heart drop and made you say, nobody told me this one, no, I was not informed?
Finances, I cannot lie. I mean, my team is still my business and is still growing, and I'm trying to grow team members and everything. But at the moment, obviously I cannot afford to get like an in-house accountant and everything. I can only maybe outsource occasionally. So I have to do it. It's still like a sort of entrepreneurship. So I have to do a lot of things myself. I think I'm not so good with numbers. I'm good with knowing how to make money. Don't get me wrong. I'm very like, well, I just like, you have to keep track of every single thing in business. So there's sometimes I'm just like, oh God, I haven't documented my expenses this week. Oh my God, I haven't, I'm just like, expenses. You have to get used to like things, these things happening. But I think that I've really trained and apart from managing your finances, which is very tough for me, the second thing would be you have to learn how to be proactive. Listen, problems come. It doesn't matter the scale of business you're doing. You can literally be selling chin-chin in your room, and the problem that you'll be facing it, no one will believe it. So I think being proactive, because there have been so many challenges. So I say these two things, like finances. Sometimes I'm like, oh my God, I need to meet my sales target this month, and then as I'm meeting it, there are things I need to do, new equipment, all of that. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, so let's go with the softer one. Who is one person, living or dead, that you want to have coffee with? Just like sit down and have coffee with.
I think this is pretty easy. Isari.
Oh wow,
Isari,
wow,
yes,
wow.
I adore her. Yes, absolutely. She's amazing. So absolutely, Isari.
She's on Insecure as well as
yeah, she's a producer. And
oh,
writer of
okay,
Insecure,
okay. Please,
so
if you're seeing this, please call
me.
you go now, please. Okay, so if your business had a theme song, what do you think would be the theme song?
Theme song. Oh my! First thing that came to mind is White Lotus, but no, it would be a theme song. Something jazz, very soft jazz. I can't think of any. I wish I could go through my Spotify playlist right now. But yeah, like very soft jazz, definitely.
Okay. So what kind of music do you usually work with?
I'm a piano. House music. I like house music. I feel like it's very stimulating.
Okay.
I don't think, oh my God, because of the kind of thing I do, I'm playing like very cool. No, I like house music. I'm a piano, and then sometimes, depending on my mood, I do a lot of like new soul, soft R&B. So that's pretty much it.
Okay. So your business is doing really well at the moment. We're getting the numbers, and hopefully the trillions start coming in. Not only the yes, not only the millions and billions, the trillions will soon start coming in. One thing that I would want you to share is, when did you sit down and say, I'm really doing this thing, like this Ulaku Finds thing, I'm really doing it? Because it's one thing to have an idea and just start doing it, like executing it, and you're seeing the small things coming. When did you sit down and say, I've now like this, I'm doing this thing?
So I will state two instances. The first was in 2023. I left my job, not particularly for lack of finds, even though it was like a secondary reason. And then along the line, the plans didn't work out. So then I realized that, oh my God, I just at this time, before maybe I get something new or whatever, this side job or side hustle, side interest is now my full-time job. I have to take this thing seriously. So that year was very interesting for me, because I had to pivot. I had to learn a lot about myself. I had to dig deep. I'm like, do you really want to do this thing? Like, is this something you want to take seriously? So I would say that moment when I left my job and I realized that, oh my God, this is actually, it's no longer my backup. It's not like the real thing. And then 2024, obviously, when I set out, I was going to do this thing properly, and I expanded. And more recently, I think in May or June, we had like this collection, and we basically sold out like 80% of it within let me just say, in a particular time, maybe like 2-3 weeks, we have sold out almost everything. It was a very humbling and experience, because I was so emotional. I was like, oh my God, someone has seen this and they love this enough to get this number of pieces in such a way that it was just very humbling. I was so grateful to God. And yeah, I would say those 2 times have been remarkable moments for me.
Who is one business legend that influences you at the moment?
So many. Top of my head, I would say I don't really do a lot of the people that I sort of look up to are more so like creatives, not necessarily entrepreneurs, but I would say top of my head, I love what she's building would be Fisayo Longe. I don't know if Fisayo Longe,
Yeah,
sorry,
I
of Kai
know.
Collective.
Yeah.
I absolutely love what she's doing with her brand. And she's so intentional, even just as the owner of the business.
With the designs, the graphics,
Everything
everything.
is
Like,
beautiful.
you
The
know that this
community-
person is putting in a lot.
Yes, the community
Putting in
she's
a lot.
building, she creates content for herself. She's also building her brand as a fashion girl, and I respect what she's doing, and I really adore what she's building, and I respect it as well.
You mentioned about finances, you mentioned things about, knowing that this is my business now, like I have to carry it whether I like it or not. And has there been a time where it got really tough for you? And what was the thing that kept you steady and focused in that period?
Listen, several times. I would say last year, I think around like maybe September or August. So the studio where my studio was located at that time had some flooding issues, right? And even right before then, because of the nature of what we do, because we work with pottery, ceramics, it's very fragile. And so there's a process. You make the pieces, you let it dry, and then you fire it. Sometimes there can be casualties during the firing process. So we basically lost like 70% of the pieces that we.
God.
So I mean, you're losing this. Clearly, it's money and time and work
Yeah.
spent. And I was sad. But the thing is, I've learned to manage I'm not emotional with like business, like things that don't go right. I'm just like, that's happened. Sad moment. Let's move on. But also last year when the flooding happened, we did not work for quite a while because honestly I was confused. I did not know what to do next. I'm like, do I find a new space? Where do I find? I just got this space a few months ago. I was very sad. It was not a good time for me. So from like September up until like maybe December, and then I started to get myself back. Yeah. That's it.
So in this period, what was the thing that kept you steady, that you could rely on?
I'm not gonna lie, I had so many internal crash outs. I'm not even trying to say I was tough. I don't want to talk about my personality, but I was not it was not a funny time for me. I was really questioning my decision. I was like, girl, like, why are you in this spot? What are you doing?
Am I sure I thought right?
I was saying realistically, obviously I had to have backup in terms of like revenue. So I would say I just had to remind myself, because I would speak to a couple of friends, like, and they would just say, this thing you're doing is amazing, or get like some random feedback or someone that would meet me. I went for exhibition at Design Week Lagos last year and also this year as well, and I would see some people say, oh my god, I know your brand, or I know you, and I'm like, you know how, like, or I love what you're doing. And I was just like, I think people helped me. They were having the right circle of friends. I think they boosted my morale, because it wasn't funny
at all. I can only imagine, honestly, losing like 70%.
A lot. And the flooding, I was just,
that's a whole lot. That's a whole lot. So let's come down from where we just went to, because that's a whole lot of emotions out there. So what is one odd, you mentioned about painting, like coloring books, which I'm going to be getting immediately after this. I need to try it. I've been seeing people I've seen people doing it. I'm like, okay, no, since it's coming from the Uganda, I should try it. So what is another odd unexpected habit that people will be surprised that you have?
I'm just a human being. I don't know if there's anything unexpected. I do regular stuff. What else? Unexpected habits, something I do every day. I try to pray every morning. Pray every morning. Like, obviously, like, I don't know if that counts, because there are other things. No, it's not a habit, but I like to walk. I like to go on walks. I even did the marathon. This is my second year.
Wow.
10K last year and this year. I haven't walked as often as I want to, but occasionally I like to go on long walks, maybe, or walks around 5 kilometers, and just ease my mind, and just think about things I want to do and just clear my mind, really. So I think walks help me mentally. Yeah.
Okay, unfortunately, coming to the end of this conversation, even though I would like us to like continue and go on and on.
Yeah.
But I would like to know, with everything you've said, at the end of everything, the whole, striving to excel, thriving as well, what is one thing you would want to be known for? Like, if you were done, and like, what is one thing you would want your business to be known for, the mark you want your business to make?
I consider myself a creative. Beyond Olaco Finance is one of the main things I have done and will do. So I'll say I want to be remembered as someone who created intentional solutions intentional businesses using creative solutions, right? I don't just do things just because it's a business. I want to make revenue. Revenue is great, but I like to have like great intentions and values. It needs to be value backed. So I'll say I'd like to be that entrepreneur that is building intentionally and providing solutions that cater to the general well-being of, the clientele.
Thank you so much, Gunnar.
Thank
I'm sure
you.
that our viewers right now, they don't want this show to end, but unfortunately, we have to go. And it's been a very wonderful and delicious conversation with the delectable and innovative Gunnar, who is the creative director and founder of Ulaku Finds. But right now, we have to go. Okay, thank you so much, our viewers, for watching. I am Norma Gunnar, your host for Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, right here on BDTV. See you next time. Bye.
Whether life in Nigeria becomes harder or easier as the year opens up, it all depends on perspective. However, one thing is for sure, Nigerians do not just want to merely survive, they are looking forward to progress and to make more changes in their life. And 2026 promises to be that defining year. From Lagos to Lokoja, from Aba to Abuja, rising living costs, job pressure, and economic uncertainty continue to shape everyday life, even as expectations for improvement remain high.
With my own opinion, I don't think I'm expecting anything from the government because for the past 1.5, okay, for the past 2 years now, since we voted this particular government in, I've not seen anything, sincerely speaking, I've not seen anything from this government. So all what I can say is that it's still the same thing all years to years, back to back, promise and failed government. So to me, I'm not expecting anything this year from the government. We spend more on transportation because transportation took more of our salary than any other thing, right here. So to my own, I would like the government to look into that aspect, transporting, and secondly, housing, because an ordinary man cannot afford a house here in Lagos State. So the cost of housing is too much here.
What I'm expecting from the president that he should work on the bandits so as people will be able to so that people will be able to travel. Okay, let me say I'm a single mother also trying to survive. So government should just please, they should help us like we privileged that we don't have much. They should help the less privileged by putting that the price of goods that they should let it to be go down so that people will be able to afford to buy rice and some other things.
We expect a lot. We are not going into it because it will take a lot of time. What we just want is that they've been trying their best, and though their best has not been enough to the minority, what we just want is that in terms of the tax and the accommodation aspect of it, the way the agents takes a lot of percentage from the tenants and all those things like that, is really appalling to most of us that we could not even afford. The house rent is not the issue, but the agents and some other parties like that are involved into it. These are one of the things that they should scrap, put the agent aside because they are not the owner of the house like that. So I don't know.
While technology and entrepreneurship have expanded opportunity, inflation, unemployment, and currency pressures still stretch household incomes. Food prices remain high, transport costs are rising, and many families say survival has replaced stability.
Actually, I thank the Lord for last year. The Lord keep us alive. But this year, I want that it should be great than last year. The Lord should keep us alive, and I need the cash to sell my business. It's only transportation and fuel program. That is what the two things we needed. Transportation and the fuel.
Better thing for my life, for my children life, for my labor life, so for my friend. So I want better things. So I thank God as happy. So make God do more better thing for my life and for my children's life.
For millions, life feels faster, but not necessarily better.
We need more road, we need water, we need houses. The poor are crying, although food are coming down, but we still need them to do more to progress, to make Nigeria to improve.
Across Nigeria, the priorities are consistent: lower and fuel prices, stable electricity, job creation, improved healthcare and education, better security, and stronger leadership accountability. The public mood reflects frustration, but also determination. Nigerians say the rest of 2026 must bring measurable progress, an economy that rewards work, protects the vulnerable, and restores confidence in governments. They want opportunity to replace uncertainty and hope to replace fear.
2025 was a little bit stressful, but we thank God we managed to cross over to the new year. It was a year that is characterized with a lot of up and down, like so many things. But in all this, we give thanks to God. We make some profit as well as some losses too. This tax reform of a thing, it weighs me down as a business person because I do a lot of transaction a day. So if you calculate the amount of taxes that will be removed from all the charges I made, sometimes I become weary. Yeah, we don't know how to do it, but we are praying that things will move forward. We are praying that maybe this tax they are collecting, sometimes we are praying that maybe they will use it for the benefit of the citizen. Our complaint mostly is because they are deducting this tax from our money every day and each transaction, but we are not seeing what the tax is doing or what the benefit of the tax on the citizen. That is why we are furious about the tax. It's not the tax. It is good to pay the tax. The tax is good, but if we can be able to trace what the tax is doing, no one will be complaining. We like the tax. It can help the economy to grow. It can help the individual or the business as well. But let the tax be going where it's supposed to go and be doing what is supposed to be done. You understand? We are praying that this year, our business this year will yield a lot of profits so that we cannot be complaining of paying the tax, paying doing this, because the economy right now is not favorable. They say it's not favorable, but we are praying and hoping for the betterment of each and every one of us in this country. We want this year, 2026, to be better than 2025.
Some say life is harder now than it was 5 years ago, despite technological advances. Others remain hopeful, believing Nigeria can still turn a corner if reforms continue. Norma Ubwena, reporting for BusinessDay Television.
We're currently live here at the Balogun market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some government task force or what that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. when they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occur. So they before they come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes. Like
It take a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do? Is it not street? They are sending us to street. This, if somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we paid. We pay. Well, nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money. And some of us just paid. Some paid in November. Some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, as they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our allocation and all our documents to the representative at the State House that we are legal here, we are not illegal. We were moved to here since 1999 when they wanted to build the Afri land at William Street, and they give us allocation. In fact, we just renewed our allocation with the local government. They give us 15 years allocation about 2 months ago. So we submitted the copy of everything to their representative at the State House. But till today, which is on the 8th of January, we have not had any feedback from the governor and from the agency. So as you can see, they have demolished everything. They sell all our container as they are building. They are demolishing it. People that are buying it are here already. So they sell everything. We are not allowed to even take our container that we did by ourselves. They said they cannot release it to us. So since then they have been doing the fence. You can see the fence. These are the fence. They are still working. But as we have no option, because most of us here we are just hustling, so we have no option. We have nowhere to go. That is why we are still inside the sun. We are selling inside the sun. As they are doing the fence, we are still selling to manage ourselves. What we expect from the government is that they should reinstall us here. Let them go through the documents we submit to them. When they go through, they will say everything are genuine. We are taxpayers. We pay dues. We don't violate any rules. So you get, let the government have mercy and pity us. And even till now, as I'm talking to you, they have not given us any reason for the demolition. Till now, there's no reason for the demolition. The chairman of the Nigerian Legion, who is in charge of the car park, came, and he was asking that where is the demolition order that you people bring, they did not provide anything.
We are not notified. They didn't notice us like they are coming, but they are just saying it's from the government. And I didn't even understand it. They just come just like that. We didn't even, nobody noticed us of anything. They just come one of a sudden and destroy all our containers. And even most of my goods, everything we are damaged. At least now I'm losing a lot. If I should calculate what I'm losing, over 5 million naira. Yes, over 5 million naira. Nobody compensates us. Nobody. Nobody. Nobody compensates us. Please, I'm begging the government, they should look into this. This is Lagos Marina, beside UB head office. We are facing a lot here. You can see them. Look at our goods here. Look at my market here. Look at it. It was damaged. Even my containers, I cannot even get access to the container myself.
Why we were
They
you
just
able to
come
get
and
access?
demolish everything and just pack everything. So we really lose a lot here. We really lose a lot. So I'm wishing maybe the government can look into this very well.
We are just here and we had information that before we know, they say we should start removing our things, we should pack our load. We were watching and waiting. It was a surprise because they didn't even give us notice. So unfortunately, we start packing our load. From there, they now come and demolish the shop. We pack our goods, but we could not able to take our container away. They asked us to leave the container. So we tried to remove some of our goods. By God's grace, we tried to take some of the goods, yes. Last week, we went to miss our Excellency Sanwo-Olu. So we explained things to him. And I told us that we should go back, that he's coming to come and see the situation. So we are still hoping, believing that everything will be okay by God's grace.
We have seen and we have heard, and from this report, it is apparent that these traders have not gotten feedback from the government, neither do they exactly know what is happening. So we are standing in solidarity with the traders and with the people of this market, the Lagosians, and we want to know the reason for the demolishment. This is Amanda Emosigwe for Business Day Television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good afternoon, and this is Business Day Television News Update reaching you live from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, NIMC and 9 MBAs to spend 24 billion naira on software in 2026. And gold refinery starts in Lagos at a $600 million lithium plant nears launch. And EFCC witnesses explains alleged movement of 33.2 billion naira from NSA account. And World Bank says Nigeria growth to hit 4.4% in 2026 to 2027. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. And out of Nigeria's National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, and 9 other federal agencies are set to spend nearly 24 billion naira on software in 2026. Out of 115 MDAs budgeted for software, NIMC leads with 7.58 billion naira and followed closely by the Ministry of Education with 7.55 billion naira. And others include mining cadastral of 2.23 billion naira, geological survey 1.32 billion naira, cybercrime center 1.26 billion naira, NCDC 1.23 billion naira, and Finance Ministry 1.09 billion naira, Immigration 1.09 billion naira, and a budget office of 827.14 million naira. And other spending cuts across identity management, education, mining, cybersecurity, health, finance, and immigration, reflecting the government's push for digital systems. However, ICT stakeholders warn of recurring waste and abuse in IT procurement, urging stricter oversight to ensure real public service impact. And I'm moving on. The federal government, through the Solid Minerals Development Minister, Dele Alake, on Tuesday says it has begun operations at a high purity gold refinery in Lagos and marking a major shift in Nigeria's mining strategy. And speaking ahead of the Future Minerals Forum in Riyadh, Alake said the plant, alongside 3 additional gold refineries under development and a $600 million lithium processing facility in Nasarawa, reflects Nigeria's move from exporting raw minerals to value-added processing. The minister revealed that the new refining capacity will reduce illegal minerals exports, improve traceability, strengthen investor confidence, and create jobs, while the lithium plant will support battery production for electric vehicles and renewable energy. Alake added that the project position Nigeria as a key global partner in the green energy transition as talks continue with Saudi Arabia on minerals cooperation. And meanwhile, an AFCC witness has told a court in Abuja how 33.2 billion naira allegedly meant for arms procurement was moved from the Office of the National Security Advisor to private companies and individuals during the 2015 election period. The testimony was given Tuesday before the FCT High Court in Maitama and during the trial of former NSA Colonel Sambo Dasuki, retired, as EFCC investigator Michael Adeku traced transactions from the ONSA's Zenith Bank account between April and May 2015. Now, the witness told the court that 600 million naira was transferred on April 17, 2015 to Acacia Holdings, with further payments allegedly used for land, property and personal expenses in Abuja. And while some funds were linked to the second defendant, Aminu Baba Kusa. And with the case resuming on January 14, investigators have also alleged transfers to multiple firms, conversion to foreign currency, and movement to the United Kingdom accounts and offshore destinations. Coming up, World Bank says Nigeria growth to hit 4.4% in 2026 to 2027. We'll bring you these and more after this break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Well, welcome back to the news update that the World Bank says Nigeria's economy will grow by 4.4% in both 2026 and 2027, its fastest pace in over a decade. Now, this projection released in the Global Economic Prospects report in January 2026 confirms an earlier forecast published in the Nigerian Development Update in October 2025. The bank also upgraded Nigeria's 2026 growth forecast from 3.7% to 4.4%, citing improving macroeconomic conditions. It says growth will be driven by the services sector, a rebound in agriculture, and modest expansion in the non-oil industry. It adds that tax reforms, prudent monetary policy, and higher oil outputs despite weaker prices will improve investor confidence, reduce inflation, boost revenues, and strengthen external balances. The bank also projects sub-Saharan African growth at 4.3% in 2026, while globally growth is expected at 2.6% in 2026 and 2.7% in 2027, which is a disparity from Nigeria's GDP in the third quarter of 2024, which was 3.46% according to the NBS. And also the NG Expansion Board Index, which tracks a pension compliant equities on the Nigerian exchange, delivered a return of 59.72% in 2025, outperforming the broader market. The benchmark closed the year at 2,917.84 points, up from 1,826.89 points in 2024, and while the NGX All-Share Index rose by 51.19%. The strong performance highlights the resilience of stocks eligible for pension fund investment under the guidelines of the National Pension Commission, as these equities form a key benchmark to balance regulatory compliance with competitive returns. Overall, the Pension Board Index outperformed the All-Share Index by more than 850 basis points in 2025, underscoring the growing influence of pension assets in Nigeria's capital market. Analysts noted that this sectoral spread across major sectors helped to cushion volatility and support gains amid strong market activity and improving investor sentiment during the year. And also the Nigerian Customs Service, the same area command, recorded a 117% surge in revenue in 2025, generating 15.6 billion naira compared with 7.2 billion naira in 2024. The command also posted its highest ever monthly revenue in December, raking in 3.63 billion naira. In a statement issued by the command's public relations officer on behalf of the area controller, Wali Adenu, the performance was attributed to the effective implementation of the one-stop shop initiative introduced by the Controller General of Customs, Adewale Adeni. The command also reduced checkpoints along the Lagos-Abidjan corridor to 2 government-approved locations, easing the movement of legitimate trade and courting delays. Alongside revenue gains, the command sustained anti-smuggling operations, seizing 685 parcels of cannabis, 495 packs of tramadol, and 2,000 packs of high-dosage and sildenafil tablets in December 2025. And now to end the local news, Nigerian mutual funds recorded strong growth over the past year, with total assets rising 92.6% as more investors channeled funds into investment processes. And data from the Securities and Exchange Commission show that total net asset value climbed to 7,416 trillion naira as of November 28, 2025, from 3,850 trillion naira a year earlier. Now, the expansion coincided with easing inflation, which fell to 14.45% in November from 16.05% in October, boosting expectations of possible interest rate cuts in 2026 and improving investor appetite for mutual funds. And money market funds dominated the market with 4.552 trillion naira, accounting for about 61% of total assets, and while fixed income funds followed with 1,901 trillion naira, REITs held 408 billion naira. Analysts said the trend highlights growing confidence in collective investment schemes as tools for diversification and long-term wealth creation, especially in an environment of moderating inflation. Coming up, Angola extends a $1 billion debt facility with JP Morgan. This and more after this break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the user update, and I'm moving on to Africa. The African markets are swinging between oil prices and currency movement as investors access policy signals from Angola as risk appetite remains cautious, shaped by volatile regional currencies and shifting global sentiment. Angola's central bank decision comes as oil prices pause after a recent rally following increased Venezuelan shipment, even as concerns linger over potential supply disruptions from Iran. On the financing front, Angola has secured an additional $500 million by extending a $1 billion JP Morgan debt facility, highlighting continued access to capital amid tighter conditions. Analysts say longer-term confidence will depend less on daily market swings and more on transparency, data credibility, and infrastructure upgrades. And also the South African rand strengthened in the early trade on Wednesday, supported by record high gold prices as investors continue to access key U.S. inflation data for clues on the Federal Reserve's next interest rate move. According to reports, the rand was trading at 16.3525 to the dollar, about 0.2% firmer than Tuesday's close, with gold hitting a fresh record, and while silver crossed the $90 mark for the first time, boosting sentiment around the currency. And traders are now awaiting core producer price index data later in the day, with expectations that the Federal Reserve will pause further rate hikes despite political pressure to ease policy. On the domestic market, South African assets saw modest gains as the Johannesburg Stock Exchange Top 40 index rose 0.4% in early trade. And on the foreign scene, Sergey Brin, a Google co-founder, is now the world's third richest person, overtaking Jeff Bezos and Larry Ellison, according to Forbes, after Alphabet's share price surged to a record high this week. The move comes as Alphabet became only the fourth company over to reach a $4 trillion valuation after its share rose about 1.3% by Tuesday afternoon, capping a 6.6% rally in 7 sessions and a 65% rise in 2025. And Brain's fortune jumped to $4.9 billion to $55.6 billion, trailing only Elon Musk at about $700 billion and Larry Page at $277 billion, leaving Bezos as a fourth with $253.2 billion and Ellison fifth with $251.3 billion. Investor confidence has been driven by Alphabet's AI push, including a major Apple partnership, the launch of Gemini 3, a new AI chips, and a planned $75 billion data center expansion. And still on the foreign scene, China has recorded its largest overtrade surplus in 2025, a surplus of $1.19 trillion, the first time it has exceeded $1 trillion, beating 2024's $993 billion, and despite U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs unsettling the global economy. And customs official Wang Jun says the figures were extraordinary, pointing to strong growth in green technology, artificial intelligence and robotics, with exports rising sharply to Southeast Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Europe, compensating for weaker trade with the United States. And China's economy is struggling with a property crisis and rising debt as citizens are not spending much, resulting in imports rising to only 0.5%, a weaker yen, making China-made goods cheaper and more attractive abroad. Experts say this momentum could continue in 2026, warning that other countries are starting to complain about being flooded with cheap Chinese products, and with Trump's tariffs still hanging over global trade, another rough year could be coming. And I will bring you the sports news after this short break. Do stay with us.
It was a fire incident. Fifth floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers, the community itself, we tried all we could, but it's escalated to the other floors. So, the moment we are still trying to know the cause of the fire. We don't know the cause. About 8 people has been rescued. On the same day, some were rescued. One woman, Iyanu, died on the spot. Iyanu died on the spot, but one of our brother was rescued. 3 other guys, and after 3 other people were rescued as well. We can't ascertain the number of people that were trapped in there, but people are still there. That's what we know. But some people have been rescued. About 4 or 5 people were rescued, in which one of the community members and the marketers were rescued. So Iyanu died on the spot. The first death that we recovered was Iyanu. So that was all. People tried all they could, but one last time I was telling us is the building is not safe for anybody to go in there. So it's hard for them to rescue to even take out the corpse in there, because we know some people were dead. They were dead already. The next step the government can do now is to bring down the building. That's what they can do to help us now. The government said it is coming down. We know it's coming down, but they should make it fast, because look at what is going on now. Nobody can operate their businesses. So that nobody can operate their business. So they should please do it faster.
Due to the fire outbreak, they told us that they need some extensions to be removed, so as whenever the building is going to collapse, it's not going to affect plazas. But sincerely, it started on Sunday. We didn't get the memo on time. So it was on Sunday we saw the videos being posted in the group. So a lot of us started coming. Monday they said demolishing shops behind, like at the back of my plazas. And so on the 24th we came to pack our things. Then after Christmas we brought them back. As we speak, my goods are stocked in there. There's nothing I can do at the moment. The information I got this morning when I got here is that they are saying that in the next 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be able to access our plaza. But for now, there's no access. Sincerely, I can't even pinpoint anything that started. But I heard it was a Lister that started the fire. But I'm not certain. Because their Lister is downstairs. So we don't even know what happened. What caused the fire? We're just hearing hearsay. So there's nothing we know about it. Governor Sanwo-Olu said till they get that building down, there's nothing we can do at the moment. We cannot make sales. I understand it's for our own good, but please, they should even allow us to take out some goods and squat with other persons that their buildings are open prior to the time it gets our plazas are opened. Because we cannot stay since 24th till now. I have not rested. I have not sold anything. When I'm out of cash and I have goods to sell, I cannot sell. So please, Governor Sanwo-Olu, if you can help us with giving us time to come and pick up our items, few of our items that we can use to guide ourselves prior to the time our plazas are open, it will be good and fair enough for us.
It was a fire incident. 5th floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers,
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good afternoon once again and welcome to Behind the Headlines, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening. I am Destiny Momo. To stay with us as we go beyond the headlines. Today we spotlight two compelling stories from Business Day and titled Nigeria's power sector bleeds more cash than generates electricity. And another story is talking about the inside electoral reform bill that may shape 2027 election. Now, talking about the first story, Nigeria's power sector is losing more money than the electricity it delivers, raising hard questions about tariffs, subsidies, and even sustainability of the entire industry. Now, very quickly, joining us for an in-depth analysis of the story is Abubakar Ibrahim. He's an energy reporter with Business Day newspaper. Now, this story we are analyzing this morning, this afternoon, is actually for Dikpo, right?
Yeah, it's for Dikpo.
Okay. Now, it's also a good thing having you, analyze the story that made the headlines on Behind the Headlines this afternoon. So, what I want to know right now is, can you actually detail the most recent data on total losses or subsidies injected into the power sector this fiscal year, and also how these compare with previous years?
Well, thank you very much for having me. Like you said, I'm standing in for Dikpo Dende, who is the head energy desk Business Day. Okay. So if you look at the report by NEC, you realize that in the first 9 months of last year, that which is what we're talking about, the report for the fourth quarter has not been released. Oh, okay. So whatever figure we're quoting here, if I say 2025, I mean January 2025 to September 2025 here. So definitely, if you look at that, over 1.5 trillion has been spent on subsidy already. That's the second highest.
Oh, wow.
And the highest was 2024, 1.94 trillion. And we're looking at this, we're looking at it probably exceeding 1.9 a little bit, because I was at an event where a representative of NEC was saying even the budget or the trajectory that they are looking at it from is that subsidy might be taking somewhere around 2 trillion naira yearly, annually, and which is what we're already seeing in 2025. This statement was made in 2024. True. So now, if you were to forecast what this first quarter of 2025 might be, probably somewhere around 450 and 500 billion naira. So you're also looking at 1.92 trillion naira annual subsidy. So this is literally where we are as a nation when it comes to filling in the gap of what needs to go through the value chain of power in the country.
Which is, all right then. What have you actually identified as the core structural factors? For example, I'm talking about billing inefficiencies, tariffs, debt, gas supply issues, and most responsible for the financial hemorrhage in the power sector.
So there are a lot of issues around what you just asked.
Yeah.
Because then we have the issue of grid collapse, grid issues.
True, always coming up, popping up.
You understand? So
Yeah.
because if you cannot, make electricity available, and it's not the fault of the customers,
Yeah.
then you cannot bill them for what they did not consume.
True.
So if you cannot bill them for what they did not consume for over 12 hours, for 24 hours, that means you're losing some amount of money in that regards, which is also one of the issues around this. You've seen or heard the Minister of Power talked about, super grid, how they want to improve the grid. But this has been statements that has been made or is always ringing in our ears every time we listen to him talk. And you'd expect us to see some sort of improvement. For example, our generation or installed capacity is somewhere around 13,000 megawatts. But distribution-wise, we're doing something between 4,000 and 5,000.
Wow.
For years. This is not a case of maybe monthly or just last year. This has been for years, for ages. And then you look at countries like South Africa that, they're currently doing somewhere around 50, 60,000 megawatts.
So we're joking right here.
We're literally joking. And this is a nation that is not even up to times 5 of Nigeria.
Oh my God.
And they still have issues around their electricity.
Wow.
They still have blackouts too.
Wow.
With 55,000 megawatts thereabout. So this is a problem that we need to also look into and say, okay, where did you get it wrong?
Yeah.
What can we do to get better? And then when it comes to billing efficiencies too, we have problems around that.
Now hearing that we distribute this low and then still this low margin and still also seeing that we are actually giving electricity to neighboring countries is a question for another day. Truly, it's a question for another day, because I know that you have so much to say about that. Right. So now, to what extent have recent reforms, right, such as tariff adjustments or even new electricity policies, actually slowed down the cash bleed, and what evidence shows they are working or failing?
Okay, so the question is a double-edged sword kind of question, or the answer you get from me. On one hand, you see the tariff issues that happened, I think, April last year with Band A and all of that.
Exactly.
And then we have Nigerians clamoring for why we having Band A, Band B, and, on all fronts as it were. And then on the other side, we're having issues around what we're just talking about, subsidy.
Exactly.
Yeah, some parts of the reform, we've seen growth. Look at Band 8 has been able to lift what this coast generates in terms of revenue.
Wow.
It's still not where they're supposed to be, but at least it's been able to reduce the gap. Yeah, that's on one side. On the other side, you see pumping in more subsidy. Like I said, the highest subsidy paid so far in the history or data released by NERC has been the one paid in 2024. And that's 1.94 trillion. So years before, they were way below 1.94. Yeah, and this last year we're now seeing that we might even do another 1.94 upward. So the reforms are failing in one part and also working on the other. So again, like I said, go back to the drawing board, see what is working and leave that, and what is not working, you fix.
Yeah, exactly. All right, my last question for you today is how are these financial struggles in the power sector actually affecting key sectors like manufacturing, SMEs, and households? And what do you think are the broader economic implications?
I will answer you with something that might probably shock you. So last year there was a report that Lagos State, not Nigeria, Lagos State self-generated and maintenance fee cost generally to self-generate power for themselves as a resident of Lagos.
Okay.
$10 billion.
$10 billion.
Yes, annually. $10 billion.
Annually.
Yeah. At the time the report was released, that's somewhere around 10 trillion naira. Even the discos cannot tell you they generate their revenue is up to half of that yearly. So you see, that's the problem here, because then we have residents of a state
exactly.
doing much more than
the nation,
the nation as it were. Now, we'll probably take out some states that are doing wonderfully well. You say Lagos, say Rivers, probably the FCT,
exactly.
some few Abuja, like I said. So then other states do not need as much. So if a state like Lagos is self-generating and the cost is around $10 billion, then you ask yourself, how is that affecting SMEs in Lagos, where they need to buy generator, get fuel, probably get a solar panel, get alternative sources of energy. Then that means the grid or the power that you promise these people, they are not getting. So they need to self-sustain.
True.
So if they are self-sustaining, at some point they will just let go of. If I'm using for example, if I'm an SME and I'm spending 10,000 naira every day to fuel my generator, I'd rather not just try to even say I want to get electricity from the grid. Since I'm already doing it myself.
Well, I haven't heard that from you. It goes a long way to show how the sector, is building itself. Now, the shocker here is hearing, how much they generate in other countries as small as South Africa compared to Nigeria, and then we still dwindling and still struggling with the watts that we are struggling with, and so because of that, we're not, getting as much. Now it's still watching behind the headlines, and we're here with Ibrahim, and he has been giving us more insight about Nigeria's power sector as it bleeds more cash than generates electricity, and inside electoral reform bill that may shape 2027 election. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for giving us a whole lot of insight into this on the headlines for Business Day newspaper. After the break, we'll be talking to the writer of the story concerning the other matters that we have on the headlines. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to Behind the Headlines. Moving on to our second headline story from the Business Day newspaper, talking about Nigeria's 2027 elections may be significantly shaped by a new electoral reform bill. Now, before the National Assembly, the proposed changes raise critical questions about transparency, technology, and even political accountability in future polls. Because of this topic, we're being joined by God's gift, Onyedinefu. She's a House of Reps correspondent from the Business Day newspaper from Abuja. Gift, you are welcome. You're welcome, Gift.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. So good to have you. Now, very quickly, what do you think are the most significant provisions in the bill that could directly alter how the 2027 elections are conducted?
Okay, so one of the most outstanding provision in that bill is the mandatory upload of results to the IRF portal. So for now, it's elections.
Okay, we'll just go on a short break. So when we come back, we'll try to, see to it that we can hear Gift so we could get her perspective, from the electoral reforms question. Stay with us. It's still Behind the Headlines.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome back to So Behind the Headlines. Before we went on the break, we've been speaking with our colleague in Abuja from the House of Rep correspondent, telling us, she was talking to us about what the most significant provisions in the bill that could directly alter how the 2027 elections are conducted. And Gibbs, do we still have you to, give us more insight on this particular question?
Yes, of course. So, like I was saying before the network interrupted, so one of the very outstanding provision in the bill is the mandatory upload of election results on the INEC results viewing portal. So as it is now, if this bill scales, if it's been assented to and implemented, it would mean that in the 2027 elections, INEC will be mandated to upload results and in real time. So that means citizens across the country, wherever you are, you can see the results of election conducted in any location, basically, on your phone. So what that does is that it enhances transparency and accountability.
What you just told us now is something that will definitely happen, come 2027, right, Gift? Now, for that reason, does the bill strengthen INEC's independence, or is it introducing new risk of political interference?
I just wanted to also add one more point. In addition to the fact that election results will be uploaded in real time to, boost transparency and all that. Also, there are new penalties for vote buying, because we all know that one of the major issues we had in the last election was, first, the lack of trust, which we hope that this mandatory upload of results is going to solve, and then the issue of vote buying. So we now have tougher penalties and sanctions for the 2027, hopefully in the 2027 election. So hopefully it would serve as a deterrent to, offenders or prospective offenders. So yes, you also mentioned about risk. So why the National Assembly is bringing stiffer penalties for vote buying? However, there was something it's not doing, which is the fact that it's failed to criminalize vote buying in party primaries. So I recall when they were having their clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. So when this came up, some lawmakers advocated that vote buying should be criminalized during party primaries. But unfortunately, it was voted down. So as it is, vote buying is basically permitted in party primaries. And when I spoke with political analysts, so they highlighted several issues around this, which is the fact that it could affect the integrity of candidates that is going to be presented to citizens. Not only that, it could even strengthen godfatherism and all that. So that's one loophole in the reform bill, the fact that it's failed to criminalize votes buying during party primaries.
You just said something that is very, very important. Okay, now having said that, right, because of time, I want you to give me brief answers for the rest questions, okay, because we just have less than 5 minutes left, right? So how might the proposed reforms affect voter confidence and turnout, especially after recent election controversies?
Yes, so especially if I could recall the last election, a lot of citizens criticized the way and manner results were collated, which is a very critical process in election. So citizens who go out to vote want to see that their votes actually did count. So with this mandatory use of IREV, I believe it's going to boost confidence. Not just I have spoken with several political analysts, and in fact, they were so excited when they heard that INEC will be mandated to upload results in real time, not 30 minutes later, not 1 hour later or the next day, but in real time. As results are being counted, citizens are counting with the officials. So I think it will go a long way in boosting voter confidence, because as it is now, we have a lot of voter apathy. You see a lot of Nigerians who are not just interested. They'll tell you, even if I go to the polls, it won't count. So hopefully we'll see more participation when citizens see that, okay, when I vote, I could actually see my own, what I voted for being counted clearly, transparently, and accountably. So I think it will really increase voter participation, which is one of the things we struggle with in this country. You see voter list of 100 million, but actual participation would be like, what, 10% or maybe 20%.
Exactly. Gift, you actually, said a lot of very insightful, gave a lot of insightful information about, a lot of Nigerians will be happy if their votes are I mean, if it comes out on time, it's not when they are sleeping and then, behold, they're getting results that they did not really plan for. Now, the last question I have for you is, what are the key political or legal obstacles that could delay or even weaken the bill before it becomes law? Can you just give us a brief answer to this?
I would say maybe party interests, I could say. And of course, also bureaucracy, the bureaucracy we are going through now, because the law has been passed at the House of Representatives, and it's almost 2 months now, and it's taking a lot of time to gain concurrence from the from the Senate before it could be transmitted to the president for assent. So what some concerns I'm hearing from the side, from experts and all that, is probably interest, political interest. When people see that, okay, this aspect of the bill would not favor this party, especially maybe a ruling party and all that. So party interest could, may deter. And of course, also bureaucracy, because we see sometimes at the National Assembly, the time when laws are passed and when laws are assented to, is usually a very long time. And we just have, 12 months of max 13 months before 2027 elections. So also, experts are also worried about the timeline for implementation and when people actually see the impact of this bill. So,
thank you so much. So we'll be speaking with God's gift, Onye Dinefo. She is a House of Reps correspondent of Business Day, all the way from the Federal Capital Territory. Thank you so much, Gift, for this insight you've given us on this headline story on our Business Day newspaper. Thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Up today on Behind the Headlines. So stay tuned, same time tomorrow, for yet another very, very insightful headline stories from Business Day, a newspaper. I am Destiny Momo. Thanks for staying with us. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government at
So good to be back here today at in Business Day studio out here in Lagos. It's been a wonderful day so far, and today is the day of reckoning. Today is the day of truth, as we're waiting to watch the Super Eagles of Nigeria go against the host nation at the current AFCON 2025, Morocco. My name is Abubakar Ibrahim, and today I'm with my usual suspects of Faith Omoboye. So good to have you.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here to discuss sports as always.
And also, we have Anthony Uduba.
Yes, nice to be here again, discussing our people.
All right, wonderful. So let's dive into it thoroughly as it stands.
Yeah.
Nigeria will be facing Morocco later today, and I know the energy is hyper. I know we are all ready. I know we are all feeling jiggy to go all in. So what do you expect from the game before take a deep dive into the analysis?
Yeah.
From Jaigo first.
Yeah, please.
From the game, I expect a lot of tension. We are playing against the home front, the host nation, and so I expect a lot of tension and maybe a little bit of the referees trying to see what they can do in the game. So I expect fairness. Actually, I heard that Ghana and South Africans have been appointed to what's the word?
To officiate
the game. So I'm really looking forward to that part of the game.
What do you expect? What do you expect to see? How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling quite excited that we have come to a stage where our gameplay in the Super Eagles have, we watched the game against Algeria and we saw how marvelously, we attacked, we dominated the game for almost the full 90 minutes. We didn't give them any chance to score, any chance to even shoot have a shot on target.
Yeah.
So it was quite elating for me to understand that, we can play like this. And going into a game against Morocco, a team that took out the great Cristiano Ronaldo in the World Cup, and they are playing them in the semi-finals again. To me, I'm a Ronaldo fan, so I'd want to see Nigeria give them a piece of that.
Yeah. All right. So now let's talk about the numbers. Coming into the game, Nigeria has 14 goals so far in the competition, and I've considered just 4.
Yeah.
That's a +10. Then if you look at Morocco's numbers, we're looking at 9 goals and 1 conceded. So it's a case of the best attacking team in this competition against the best defensive team
in this competition. The best defensive team being the host nation. Do you see Nigeria scoring at least 2 goals? If you see what we've been averaging since the beginning of this competition, Nigeria's averaged at least 2 goals. Yeah. So do you see Nigeria scoring 2 past a Moroccan side that has not considered more than 1 goal so far?
So I would say we have every tendency to score those 2 goals that we have been doing so far, because it's the same thing we said against Algeria. We're kind of skeptical. Yes, we knew we were going to score 1 or 2 goals, but we did not expect how easy it was, because if not for the lapses of Akko, we would have scored 4 goals in that match. And I believe that if they put if our strikers Osimhen and Akko put their heads into the game, we should expect more. Now we are having the likes of Iwobi, who is basically the player of the season for me, player of the tournament for me, of the competition. Then we see how we are being lined up. If you take the formation from Morocco, the 4-3-3 formation from Morocco, and look at how we play, it's like we are playing a wing back with the likes of Samuel Ajayi, Samuel
Oyemashi
and Oyemashi to they attack the flanks, and try and deliver some passes to either Lukman and to just cross the ball or something. Anything can happen, and Osimhen is always there to always deliver and give us what we want. So I believe that we have the capacity to score more than 1 goal, and we can as well put 2 goals in their net if we dominate as we basically have been doing so far in the competition.
Faith, as he was talking, it seems you have some sort of opposing opinion about what he said about Iwobi being one of the best players in the tournament.
No, I don't think he has.
So what's your view?
He might not have been the best, but he has been really improved. I think he gave like 2 assists during the opening game against Tanzania, and he has been so good so far in the game. I think all of them together are playing as a team. They have been fantastic. Everybody's complimenting each other. Nobody's trying to drag the team down. But I think we have to work on our attack. Like you said, Akko missed like two chances at the last game against Algeria. We need to work on that. Then Lukman has been also delivering. We removed him from we didn't mention his name. He also has been doing very well. Osimhen, so when the goal comes in, he looks for opportunities to also get into the internet. So I don't see an issue when we play against Morocco. If we can play the way we played against Algeria, at least 2 to 3 goals we'll get it in.
Looking at the competition now, this same team are the one producing the highest goal scorer so far in the competition. We have Brahim Diaz of Morocco, who currently plays for Real Madrid, and our own Victor Osimhen, who currently plays trade with Galatasaray. Do you think today's game might also shape who eventually gets to take that accolades, that trophy of being the highest goal scorer of this competition?
Osimhen has been hungry for goals. I know you said it's not about the goals, about bringing the trophy, but definitely you want to get
as a striker.
And also Diaz he currently has like 5 goals.
5 goals, yeah. So Osimhen's 4.
So Osimhen will definitely be looking to make it like 5 or 6. And even our boy Lukman also has 4 goals. I think 3 goals.
3 goals, 4 assists.
So he might be trying to make it also 4, but I think it shouldn't be a problem. He has to want to maintain momentum and make it 6 and 7 if he gets the opportunity to score today. But Osimhen, for me, will get something. At least a goal.
At least a goal. So what do you think?
So I think Diaz should not be underrated, but I trust the skills of Calvin Bassey to do something, in terms of holding Diaz from the right hand side, if I'm correct. If he can do that, I think there should be much more defensive, strategy in terms of Oyemachi really. Oyemachi should. I think when it comes to Diaz, we should be more focused defensively than attack. If we want to play the way we play without fear or without over respecting the Moroccan team, then fine. I think we might just both concede goals if, like I said, the previous analysis. Yeah, we can because the defensive, our defense can be strong, but again, we sometimes lack the consistency in terms of putting our heads together in defense. I am sure that we'll do well in the front line. My worry is who would hold Diaz are we going to be more defensive minded to pocket him and don't allow him? Then remember, we have Hakimi.
Yes.
Hakimi is someone who who can run from the back and also cause problems for us in the front. So it's going to be a very hard task for our guys on the right hand side of the Calvin Bassey Mashi. They need to step up their game.
This is literally looking like a final before a final, because if you look at it, Nigeria, this current crop of players has two African best players from Nigeria and one from Morocco, Hakimi, Lukman, and Osimhen. And then on the other side we have Salah going against Sadio Mane. That's Egypt against
everybody's representing.
You understand?
It's like one of the top teams in Africa.
In Africa, so literally there's no underdog at this competition. So not even at this point. If when we get to the knockout, we're seeing teams like Mali, Angola. These are names that you know. It's not some period where we're having Cape Verde at some point. You understand what I'm saying? So then let's take it to what Eric actually what that was reported earlier about actually saying that in the first half Nigeria will be looking to soak in the pressure from Morocco and try to play their game like they did against Algeria in the second half. That's one point. The second point is the fact that we've played two Northern African countries at this competition, and we saw what happened against Tunisia. 3-0 up, and it was looking like these guys are coming back to draw this game, and that speaks to our defense. Do you see? And then you look at Algeria. There was a call for a handball for a penalty kick that has literally caused recourse, online. If you check the social listening and all of that. Do you think the Nigerian backline Faith should be worried about the pressure coming from Morocco? Because we've seen there's been no game that Morocco has played at this tournament that they've not scored a goal. So should the backline be worried of all the guys, not just their strikers, like we established? Hakimi from behind is coming and running at you.
Like you said, we should be worried about our backline. As we have Umechi Machi and Calvin Bassey. They should be worried because anything at any point can happen. A little sleep and they will take and they can score a goal. So I would say we should be. And what you said about what Chile said, we should take it the pressure. I feel we should score goals first. They can start taking pressure, because once they can gain that momentum against us, we've lost it. So I feel we should get a goal, maybe one goal in the first half. Then we can now start talking about taking in the pressure. But we should not just leave it to be 0-0 at the first half until we come back. Second half, before the time is over, if we don't get a goal, that means we are going to penalty shot. Or if we just mistakenly allow them to get a goal out of us in the first half, we can see them winning it possibly. But I'm sure Nigeria should get something in the first half.
All right. So far, Anthony, Nigeria has been the only team at this level right now that has not played an additional 30 minutes. All of our games, starting from the group to the knockout stages, has been 90 minutes top, excluding the additional times. Do you see this game, ending at 90 minutes, or you see us playing an extra time or even penalty kick?
So because of the magnitude of the game, and depends on what Eric Chile does eventually in the first and second half. As he said, he wants to soak in the pressure in the first half. If he does that, it might limit us from scoring goals. And seeing how, if maybe peradventure they score in the first half, we might now have to do the forward press that we usually start with. If we do that, the game, we might see a goal and to balance up, and might take us to an extra time. But again, my own opinion is he should start with the forward press as he always does. So at least we are giving them goals if they come in, and if there's any want to take in the second half, we might not take as much. But just like this Tunisian game, we might just, if we score like maybe 2-3 goals, we might just soak in one and maybe get our head straight and finish up within 90 minutes. Faith,
what is your confidence level on the Nigerian goalkeeper?
Wabali. Sorry. I trust. I trust Wabali. Wabali has been. I don't think he has been in his best form recently, and I think grateful. He should be grateful to the defense for trying to help him in some areas. But he has missed a lot of chances. Simple goals have been scored. So I would say my confidence level on him is like 60%.
Tony, do you think what is currently happening to Nwabali is a case of overconfidence, or because there's no competition in the team in that position?
I think it's more like no competition, but when Nwabali is a personality that he needs to exude confidence. He needs to show personality in terms of, just the way, people can, the perception of someone when you meet them, he has to build that personality. So when you are getting to play with him in a one-on-one situation, it's a mind game. And I think that's what Nwabali is playing. He's very good at that. He's already had the perception, hate him or love him, he's going to be who he's going to be. But I feel like if that overconfidence is leaning more towards losing, then that's a problem. But if he's keeping us where we are today, in the semifinals and beyond that, then I think it's okay.
But I feel that Nwabali has not really been bringing his game to this competition. He has been making some silly mistakes that you're like, why you are not an amateur goalkeeper? Why you keep me like that? Why you leaving your post so far empty? Thankfully, I would say he has been so good. He has been able to gain this momentum because of the kind of defenders we have. If not, he has not been so fantastic. So
quickly, I'd like us to take one step outside of Nigeria, Morocco game, and go see what is happening in Egypt against Senegal. This is also one of the biggest countries in terms of African football. Yeah. They've won it. Yeah, at some point they've won it. You understand? We had at some point, if you are sleeping and you're Abu, you be thinking trigger before you wake up, and then that's like a trauma of PTSD even for Nigerian fans, and then it's Northern Africa versus West Africa as it stands. Yeah. So what do you see in that game? Do you see Senegal winning or Egypt winning?
I see Senegal winning. Because they have more the team squad and the team depth. They can bring in a lot of people to come in. Jackson is a 9, but we have Ndiaye that can play at a 10 and a 9 at the same time. So basically, I feel like we should expect Senegal to pull up. In the Egyptian side, we have Salah. We have a great name there. But then again, that's all we have, and Salah is not in his top form per se.
And Salah,
somehow they've been able to.
Only a Salah cannot.
But they've been able to, squeeze in that result.
Yeah, but when it gets to when it gets to someone, to a team that would humble you, one that that yes, the squad depth is quite bigger than yours, and they have more depth, they have more. The coach can sub
like someone,
and someone will come in and change the game for you, and there's a plethora of people in that team. I give it to Senegal.
I give it to Senegal too.
All right, I'll play the devil's advocate. I'll give it to Egypt. All right, so last before we go, scoreline for the Nigerian Moroccan game. Scoreline
2-1.
2-1 favor of
Nigeria.
I'm always a patriot of Nigeria. I give it 1-0.
1-0 in favor of Nigeria. All right, for me, I'll probably say 4-0 in favor of Nigeria. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Faith, and that's all we'll be able to take for today on BD Mass Center. My name is Abubakar Ibrahim. See you same time. On Friday. Cheers.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest.